Let's see here, is this working? Just making sure. Let's see. Let's see how the gameplay goes. Sounds like it's going good here. Let's see how the gameplay goes. Sounds like oh, that's bad. Holy fucking shit, that's bad. Sounds like oh, that's bad. Fucking holy fucking shit, that's bad. Dude, I didn't realize how slow the gameplay was. Damn it, bro. Dang it, bro. No. Exit. I didn't realize that, dude, I didn't realize that that emulation was really that slow. Damn it. I don't even know how to fix that. Yeah, I'm not for sure how to, like, fix that. Damn it. I didn't even realize how bad that was. Well, I'm kind of out of ideas. I've tried OBS Studio, I've done Streamlabs, and I've done StreamYards. I am sort of out of ideas here.
Okay, let me just skip right into here. I've got some time here, which is really nice because what I'm going to show you today, you got to stay with me, go with the flow. I've said in the past, to do something on the Jaredites, the information is really quite thin, which it is. However, really only about 8 weeks ago, maybe 10, you know, as I've read a lot of this stuff, I mean, since the 1960s, and when I find things that I can't get my head around, well, then they just get filed like a miscellaneous file. And every once in a while, as you're, you know, moving along, something will click, and a couple things come together, and then maybe a year or two go by, and something will click, and another thing will come together. And basically, that's what happened about 8 to 10 weeks ago. I ran into some additional information, and I got a whole new picture, a new look at the Jaredites of the Book of Ether. And that's what I'm going to show you today. I'm not going to tell you that it's perfect, but I'm going to...
Okay, we'll try that. This is what Surfer does anyway. Okay, we'll try it with the screen. Maybe if you face the camera towards the monitor. I am not a streamer. Wish I could help. Okay. Try it like that. Good idea, Chauncey. Thanks a lot, bro. Let's try it like that. Okay, one more trip to Hazy Maze Cave. Get those coins. I gotta get all the coins here. Let's see. How is the game playing out now? This is what Drunken Surfer does. 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 All right. Okay, it looks like it's better now. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's go back up first. I only got 6 coins. There's not many coins on this level. That's why I have to go for that toxic maze thing to get all the right coins. I gotta get the blue coins in the toxic maze, or I will not be able to get enough to get 100 and get the last power star here in this level. Okay, let's try it a different way. Yeah, there's no coins up here. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was going that slow. Man, if it's that bad with StreamYards, then I don't know what to do. Maybe I should just do it. Maybe I should just do an online emulator. Because if I do an online emulator, it probably won't run my bitrate so much out. But I'll have to start back from the very beginning of the game. Was there any coins in here? I don't remember. Yeah, I can get some coins from him. Alright, that's all the coins in there, but hey, 3 is better than absolutely none. Okay, and I know that there's no coins on that platform, so I'm done here. Free flying for 8 red coins. I am the Damo. I am so fucking weirdo. Yeah, that damn bird will try to steal my freaking hat. And it just fucking did. I gotta get back my cap. There we go. Almost fell into the sand pit. So much of this level is just not possible to go through. I have to fly a lot. I'm going to be doing a lot of flying in this level. Hold on a second. That's going to carry me up. It's definitely faster, but you have to center the camera. It is better, though. Forge gang, let's go. What's up, Thievius Slick, bro? I can't believe that I've managed to pull that off. Oh, dude, I don't want to fall off again. See, dude, it's just impossible. I'm about to say that it's impossible to do it, dude. Forge gang, let's go. I'm a hard man. There we go. What are you guys talking about in the chat? Can't fix the bit rate, so this works. Yeah, it does. What's good, bro? I'm liking the new camera angle. Yeah, I'm copying Drunken Surfer and just showing the game as I play it on the screen to save up the bit rate. For some reason, I can't play the emulation and also stream. And I got the Power Star. Elevator tour in the volcano. Free flying for 8 coins. So this works, LOL. Yeah. Can you see the game clearly? Like, can you see the whole screen real clearly or not? Yeah, if there's any kind of a problem, you guys let me know. Yeah, I actually prefer this over the regular Ray, unironically. It's got a Kino Dogami 2007 feel to it. I can see everything on the screen, yeah. Awesome, bro. And I just died. Dude, I think I'm just going to move on to the 3rd floor. After you do this so many times, you get tired of doing the same shit. And you want to go do something else. And I'm no different from everybody else. When you get tired of doing the same exact shit over and over again, bro, you just want to go do something else. All right. Dire Docks through the jet stream. Chauncey Fatsack says it's way faster. I can only read like half of your comments in the chat because the game screen is so big. So anyways, I've been thinking, like, what exactly is Western civilization? Like, what on earth is Western culture? It started out in the Middle East. You know, are Mesopotamians white? Are Egyptian people white? Like, what exactly is Western culture? Just have to do that 5 times and I failed. I'm going to have to go up. So the jet stream on Dire Docks is real easy. I don't know, dude. I think that the white race purposefully wants to just die out, bro. There's one. Yeah. I think that Western civilization just wants to destroy itself. I don't know, dude. There it is. Yeah, I just have to stay in the jet stream just enough to, like, get the power star. All right. The next thing that I'm going to do is get the metal cap. Hold on a second. What's going on? What is Western civilization? There is no west side of the world. No, dude, there is a distinctly white racial civilization that grew up out of Europe. So Western civilization began in Crete. It began in Crete with the Minoans. Is this the right one? No. Technically it began in Crete, and Europeans got their civilization from the Middle East. Okay, European civilization was taken from the Middle East and it was transported to Crete. It began with the Minoans and the Mycenaeans in Greece, and that evolved into classical Greek civilization. Okay, and then the Greeks, no, I don't want to quit. The Greeks, they brought that to Italy. They brought that culture to Italy, and the Etruscans got that culture. The Etruscans got it. The Etruscans then took that culture and they expanded it into the Roman Empire. When the Roman Empire fell, the Christian church itself, the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, grew out of that civilization. So, for example, the apostles that spread the books of the New Testament around the Roman Empire continued the classical culture. They continued the classical culture, and in the Dark Ages, Europe gradually recovered, and there is a bunch of Germanic barbarian civilizations like the Franks. And one of the things that continued Western culture was the Western Catholic Church through the Middle Ages. Okay? So by the time that you get to the Crusades and the Renaissance, you have the nations of Europe taking shape. Then you have the Renaissance and the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation and the growth of Europe with imperialism throughout the rest of the world. So white people expanded outward and founded colonies, and they built up a higher culture. But the French Revolution caused Western culture to descend into modernism. So we had the Industrial Revolution, and with two world wars, we kind of destroyed our European culture. Okay? But after World War II, there was an attempt to try to create a global civilization. This has failed, and now the backlash against globalization is taking the shape of the alt-right, which is basically a continuation of the reaction movements of the interwar period with fascism and National Socialism. So that's Western civilization. Is there a Northwestern civilization? I'm not for sure what you're talking about. When were these years? Yeah, I get the same feeling. The only way you can explain the way people in power are acting. Well, Thievius Slick, most of the people in power today are communists, okay? More or less, they are globalist, communist people. We got to fight to preserve classical Western civilization. Vari Vikernes, or people like Vari Vikernes, they don't give a shit about the West. They want to see civilization destroyed, and they want Europe and America to denigrate back into tribalism, right? So they're not our allies. To some degree, we have to go back to primitivism, and abandon the industrial model and the industrial economic system. Unfortunately, that is true. But giving up on agriculture and Christianity and stuff is stupid. Okay? That's going to make the white race pray for China to basically imperialize against us at our expense. That's just going to make things even worse than they are now, because civilization and order is what prevents Mexicans and black people from completely dominating against the white race, because we have a higher stage of civilization than Hispanics, blacks, and Muslims do. We have more technological superiority. The only other race that can even, challenge white Western supremacy is Asians. And Asians are extremely effeminate. Asians are not really prone to fighting, and they don't have very big dicks, and they have much lower testosterone than white people do. And Asians are the only people that are capable of parodying white people in technology. All the other non-white races can't even come close to what the Western man is able to achieve, except Asian and Jews. What about a South Northern? You're not making any sense. And how would the Butlerian Jihad fit into this? I'm not going to answer those retarded questions. You know full well how ridiculous sounding those questions are. I'm not going to even address that. You have nothing of any kind of credential to challenge anything that I have to say, and you know that, and I know that. So I'm not going to even address those ridiculous questions you're trying to make. Oh, what about a Southern Northern? Western civilization is a Germanic Romano-Hellenic civilization with Celtic and Slavic peripheral features. Okay? We are essentially a European civilization. America was set up as colonies by the British and the Spaniards. America was set up as colonies by the British and by other European people. So our culture is Christian, which is exactly the same as the Europeans. a melting pot. No, retard, we're not a melting pot. You fucking yank. Fuck off, you fucking Yankee scumbag. Want to spread that fucking propaganda on my channel, bro? Fuck off with that. We're not a melting pot, you fucking idiot. Even Abraham Lincoln in the 1860s didn't think that black people could be American citizens. Okay? Just because they were against slavery, that doesn't mean that they favored racial integration. Abraham Lincoln would have considered Martin Luther King to be mentally challenged. Okay, that's why most Northerners favored colonization of black people. Even most Yankees in the 19th century did not consider blacks to be equal. You fucking idiot. America was never founded as a melting pot. That's a bunch of communist bullshit propaganda. You're basically a Jacobin idiot. That's a bunch of Jacobin Bolshevik nonsense. That's a lot of words for I don't know. Thanks for the insult. Yeah. Western civilization is way superior because the white man is biologically superior. I think that most of you guys realize this, and I think that most of you people know that I'm telling you the truth. This is the fact of the matter, you know, and I'm not a big Hitler supporter. I think that Mussolini had a far more credible position than Hitler, but I will say that the Nazis would have fucking owned your fucking communist fag asses, bro. You know why? Because the German National Socialists at least had a political position. You guys have virtually nothing besides your nihilist bullshit. Your nihilistic, perennial, deconstructivist bullshit nonsense. That's all you guys have, bro. Yeah, that's a great point about people wanting China to imperialize us. Nick Fuentes, the cat boy, debated Styx and basically argued we should pray for the Chinese to take over the West. Oh no, bro. That would not be a good idea. China is no better than having Zulus. Having the Chinese rule the West would be no better than having Zulus do it. The Chinese don't care nothing about the white man. The Chinese, like, you can look at the channel Captain Cool 07. Asians care nothing about white people, bro. You know, we would be better off managing our own affairs and just killing anyone who disagrees with us, bro. No, the white Christian man is way superior to the other people of the world. Other peoples of the world are the other breeds of man. And that's just a fact, bro. We could probably have an alliance with the Russians, but definitely not the Chinese. The Chinese are not going to help us. The Chinese will take up for Europe or for America, bro. The Chinese want America to be destroyed. So definitely not a good idea to do. The Chinese couldn't even perform Soviet-style central management. Like, the Chinese completely failed with the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. That was a disaster. That's why they opened up and decided to start parodying the Japanese and Korean and Taiwanese economic miracles, bro. Because they were incapable of building a strong socialist state. It completely failed and flopped up in their face, and they also admit this. That's why they copied Western and other like East Asian economies like Japan and South Korea and Taiwan because their people were starving. And now the Chinese are going right back to doing the same thing that they like messed up with before. Oh, dude, wait a second. No star appeared, so I got all of the stars on that course. Let's see here. You are basically superior to no one. I'm superior to you because I'm making a rational and sound argument, and all that you can do is just bitch and moan like a typical backward savage from the third world. So that's how I'm superior to you, bro. Well, if China is far more technically advanced than we are, wouldn't it be better? China is actually less advanced. I recommend that you watch the channels China Uncensored and Serpent ZA, and that will fervently demonstrate how absolutely asinine that is of you to post that in my chat. Absolutely, I agree. We need to take control back from these globalist cucks and not beg to be taken over by the Chinese. That state you talked about making yesterday would be a great start. Oh, are you talking about the fascist anarchist thing I was saying? Well, bro, I like Asians. Okay, dude, I like Asians. They're pretty cool, actually, but I don't want to be ruled by them. Like, I don't care about the Oriental mentality. You know, I don't think that we should be ruled by Orientals any more than I think that we should rule the Oriental peoples. Secrets in the shallows and sky. Secrets in the shallows and sky. Most Americans don't like China. Okay, most Americans absolutely hate the Chinese. Oh, all right, and the Russians. So, yeah, we're not going to be ruled by an Asian president anytime soon. But hey, I'm in favor. I would be in favor of accelerationism, bro. What does that mean? Secrets in the shallows and sky. Secrets in the shallow and sky. Ugh. Well, if the president was ethnically Han, he would probably be Taiwanese, and most Taiwanese hate the Chinese mainland. Most Taiwanese are Hakka and Haklo settlers from Fujian and people that escaped from communism. And most Taiwanese do not like mainland Chinese people. You know, they might share a common culture, but at the end of the day, most of the Taiwanese Han would not side with the mainland Chinese, I don't think. So your point is complete dog shit. I gotta say, your point is complete dog shit. We already had a black president in America, and you saw where that went, bro. It didn't go nowheres. In fact, a lot of this alt-right backlash was because of Obama. Like, a lot of this shit with the alt-right and with Trump, that was all because of the backlash that was caused by Obama. If Obama had never been elected president, there would have been no Donald Trump. Barack Obama made Donald Trump possible. You know, there's always a reaction to stuff. The Red Menace, propaganda, fear and war drive the economy. Yeah, Chauncey Fatsacks got it figured out. I don't understand this. Secrets in the shallows and sky. Yeah, I'm not entirely for sure where that's going. I think I might know what's going on here, but I'll have to go down a little bit. All right. I'm going to have to go all the way to the bottom of Wet Dry World. Where is that? Yeah, there it is. All right, we got to lower the canal. There we go. I got to lower it all the way to the bottom. Yeah, Wet Dry World has a lot of wasted potential to it. All right, here we go. There's one. Actually, the Roman Empire did not fall. It survived in the East. The Roman Empire survived in the East with Byzantium, actually. And then also there was later the Holy Roman Empire of Charlemagne and Otto the Great. Yes. Okay, if I can find 3 more of those, I should be able to. Whoops. Roman Catholics rule the world. Philippines is 80% Roman Catholic. Oh, you guys are arguing with each other. Okay, I see. Chauncey Fatsack and these other guys are doing that. Kino Dog Me 2007. Wow, I think most of my viewers like this new setup of mine. Let's see here. Looks like most of my viewers are liking this, dude. Awesome. Yes. Awesome. There's the 3. Nope. Well, I'll figure out the other 3 or the other 2, and then I'll get the Power Star. Wow. Hey, what's up, Galdi? How you doing, man? Is there... Where is the other 3 at? Galdi needs Chris Hansen to have a seat. Man. I don't know where the other parts are at, dude. I'm not going down without a fight, bro. I'll just say that much. I'm not going down without a fight, bro. I'll just say that much. Have you ever played Metal Gear Solid series, Hammer? I played a couple of demos of them. But otherwise, no. I want to, though. I like the Metal Gear series. It's better than Halo, anyway. Yes. Come on, Mario. Whoa! Shit! Fuck! Oh, that's the 4. That's the fourth one. Okay, what is number 5? Holy fuck! God damn it, dude. There's like 5 people outside now. Scary Shrooms, red coins. Dude, it sounds like Mormon Shaggy when he's fucking smoking shrooms to get high. To get a cheap high because he's too poor to smoke weed. That's what that title sounds like to me, brah. Alright, this is going to be kind of tricky. Or maybe it won't be. Alright, I got the first set of red coins. That's 4. 4 more to go. Who the hell are you, dude? Wait a second. For the betterment of my safety, I'm going to step off the stream. I'll be seeing you around, dude. I've got notifications on. Who in the world are you, bro? Wait a second. Who in the hell is this Addison K guy? Who are you, dude? He makes some weird stuff. Go fiddle thy neighbor. Addison K. Who are you, dude? Addison K. Me too, man. Is this your channel, bro? Wow. Oh, this is who this guy is, dude. He's a kid. Addison K.
Aquarium, my main archaeologist, former chemist teacher. Tell me about this shark stone.
Long ago, in the first few centuries, an old king had come across a strange unlikely stone. A weapon like this in the wrong hands could lead into global destruction. Each guardian stronger with the magic than the last, all set to protect the stone.
Lord of the Rings, bro.
And the story ends here with you trying to take the stone.
Oh, is this who you are, bro? Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, watch Shark Potter. It's funny. Yeah, I just didn't know who you were, bro. No. History.
I had another incident last night.
What happened? Don't worry, we'll figure this out.
Eureka! I dare you grab the code! Don't worry, milady. I have a plan. Let's roll for initiative.
Shark Potter and the Shark of Secrets. Okay, so you got that from Dungeons and Dragons. Looks like you got that from Dungeons and Dragons, I guess. I don't know. The time that I led a coup in high school.
I already posted a new change in the map video on Tuesday, and I also want to have a wider week so I can try to work more on the North America video. Yes, I promise I'm still working on it. I really want to get it done. But anyway, I want a quick, simple video this week. So today I'm actually going to tell a fun and true story about how I actually pulled off a coup. Yes, as in a coup d'etat in my high school. Well, the High School History Club. But before I get into the story, let's talk about this video sponsor, Ridge Wallet. I shill for this wallet because I actually like it. With its sleek design, I can fit all of my cards with the nice compact metal plates, which are so secure they can actually block those RFID signals that hackers try to use to get your card's information. Now with some more recent designs, there's even a strap to secure any loose cash on the back. I've enjoyed using Ridge for years now, and you can get in on the action yourself. It's much better than a normal leather wallet. Use the code EMPEROR with the link below to get 10% off of your own Ridge wallet today. You won't regret it. Seriously, I love these wallets. You all should know this by now. Thanks again to Ridge for sponsoring this video. So like most high schools in the United States, my high school had extracurricular activities after school, including several clubs. One of them was History Club, and as a freshman, I excitedly joined, but unfortunately, it wasn't what I thought it was. The only things that happened were talks about maybe doing one trip to a museum, and then a once...
Wait a second. What is this? Belgium's attempt.
Hello, everyone. So this week, since I already...
Belgium's attempt to colonize America.
So when it comes to colonial nations or colonial empires, there's a few present or past countries that may pop into your head. The British Empire, of course, France, Spain, maybe also the United States or Portugal. However, there were plenty of nations that had their own small colonial empires. For example, Sweden had a few short-lived colonies, as well as Austria, but they were so small and ended so quickly that they never ended up being remembered for being a colonial empire. Nation somewhere in the middle was Belgium. Belgium did have its own colonies for a brief while, but it wasn't anywhere close to the size of most other colonial nations. However, despite that, they had one of the most infamous colonial regimes, the Belgian Congo, where they conducted a series of slave-based labor profiteering and genocide.
Yeah, I call bullshit on that. I call utter bullshit about that, bro. That's complete nonsense. Leftist bullshit nonsense. They committed genocide. No, they didn't. Are you Warriors of the Shire? Addison K, like, I guess not, because Warriors of the Shire is based and you're not. You're pretty sus. Let's see here. Oh, there's the other red coin. I'll go get that. It's a Mario time. All right. Now, jump up. Yes. Where's the 8th red coin? There it is. And it has to pop up in a place that is going to be very hard to reach. All right. Let's see here. I'll have to go find the Cannoneer robot bomb guy. What a fucking kike to cheat me like this, dude. Fucking kikes. These fucking kikes have cheated me, dude. Whoopsie daisy. I have been cheated by fucking Judases, bro. Yeah, it's over there. See if I can reach it from here. Nope. But at least I know how to get to the mushroom now. Orange juice. Gives me energy, bro. Alright, so at least I know why it's called the mushroom red coins. Because they're on mushrooms. How creative. And then the main power star appears on the mushrooms. How creative, bro. Dude, I keep falling off. And these guys that are throwing rocks, these moles, don't make it easy for me. Alright, finally. I can see what I'm doing here. This camera thing is just awful. Shimmy music vids are epic. Of course they are, because it's only for hard men! How do I... Dude, how do I turn the camera? Fuck! Real cool character, as it were. Oh. I might switch over to GTA 5 in a little bit, dude. I might go for GTA 5. Yeah, I'm gonna go do GTA 5, bro. Oh, dude, it's just I'm not too much in favor of that crap, dude. Forge gang forever, smelted. No, there we go. Do you play on the PlayStation? Do I play on the PlayStation? Do I play on the PlayStation? Oh yeah, I forgot that you have to hook the controller up on the thing. Oh, there we go. Ah, that's why I had it muted. Switch to 720p for HD. All right, I think we solved the audio problem. Ah, that's why I had it muted. Okay. Hey, what's up, Galdi? I didn't even know that I had it muted, bro. Damn it. I had no idea that there was no sound. It's like I checked and then, oh, there's no fuck. Dude, this is so fucked up. This is fucked up beyond imagination, bro. Oh, well. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch a bunch of movies, or like videos or something? Dude, LOL, we back, baby. Tapping back into the game mutes the mic, I think. But yeah, I already figured out as much. Who is Terry Davis? Oh, yeah, this guy. Here's a video by Terry Davis.
So let me tell you some of the wisdom of less is more that I learned. Oh, well, I know it. So I started out with a couple backpacks. My sister gave me her phone, which had Wi-Fi, but not a telephone, right? Not AT&T. And anyway, so my backpack got stolen, and I lost my phone. I had like this I had a bunch of chargers and shit, and it was a big burden. Like I was trying to I'd have to buy like charging my phones, like living out when I stepped out homeless, right? Like I'm having to charge the phone, right? So I learned something, right? I got rid of that phone and I started using local library computers. I was in San Diego and I used a gay center. They had computers, and it was like, wow, it's a lot better not having a phone and using the local computers. Why is it better? Because I didn't have to mess with that charging. I didn't have to mess with the Wi-Fi, and I got a big computer, and I like big computers. And so less is more. So here's what happened though, right? Because you have to you can't do it on your own schedule, right? You have to take a break and only do it during library hours, right? But that's actually good because it restores life balance. So life gets out of balance if you're not careful. So gadgets and stuff. It's kind of one of the problems today is people a little bit.
I've been really having a lot of trouble.
Gadgets and stuff. It's kind of one of the problems today is
frozen FPS.
I've been really having a lot of trouble. Gadgets and stuff. Out of balance with all their gadgets and stuff.
Frozen FPS.
I've been really having a lot of trouble. Gadgets and stuff. Out of balance with all their gadgets.
1 frame per hour. One frame per hour. Let's see here. All right, we're going to do a short reset of the modem here. There. And it's not going to affect the stream at all. We'll just watch it over the screen. So
if you want to be like me and be perfect, you can live on probably, you can live real good on, I don't know, let's just say $40 a day. You want to smoke cigarettes, right? I don't know. Why not? Anyway, so, well, that's bad. No, listen. You don't know anything. So anyway, so you can live real good. So like men are into this because like imagine the Roman legions marching around. They carried all their stuff on their back, and that's how they lived. I got used to it. I sleep just fine, sleeping on concrete. I got I got like this Walmart coverall. It's really excellent. It gives a little bit of padding, and it stays pretty clean, all things considered. And it's black. Black's pretty cool. And so some of the things I learned, the phone. If you can separate yourself from the phone, so if you can like cut the cord on some of these gadgets and stuff, life gets way simpler. It's like you get back to the basics of life, like before the gadgets and stuff. And so like, but I still use the internet on the and I go to the libraries and stuff. It's really excellent. And anyway, so there should be like a lot of people doing what I'm doing. Like let's just say get some money saved up. You can live real good on I'd say $40 a day or something. As a young man or something, you want to go live homeless. You walk the streets, live on $40 a day. Some of the things you want to do. It's really critical to keep a bare minimum of stuff, right? Eventually, I learned to get rid of more and more stuff. In the beginning, I was like trying to haul around a lot of stuff. I like hauled around toilet paper, and certain cities are a little bit different, and the needs vary a little bit. But like I got I can show you my kit right now. I can show you what I got right now. Maybe I should do that. Okay, why not? Well, anyway, some of the lessons I learned is like cut the cord on some of these things. If you can get rid of your phone, it's way better, because you got that bill. I don't have a car. You don't know how much headache you save not having a car. Well, that is if you got no place to go and you can walk around all day. But like less is more. Like Viking virtue, small comfort. God wants you to spend like most of the day bored thinking about sex or something. That's how it's supposed to be. So like, that's how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to have all these gadgets. You're supposed to entertain yourself with sex or something like that. I'm just saying, it's kind of a revelation to me. And anyway, so the slavers want you to be some I don't know, some suburban piece. What's the point being a boring suburban? Well, I'm real productive. You're just a suburban nothing, okay? You're just another goddamn suburban nothing. Like, who's gonna tell your story? Like, you're not living. It's vicarious. I'm just telling you. They got an attitude with me. They're like, well, you need to get a job. Hey, look, I'm just telling you. You're just some worthless suburban. Like, this guy paying any attention to how many suburban dwellers we got? We got shitloads. It's like everybody needs to be real productive suburban. That's just bullshit, man. I'm just telling you, that's bullshit. It's a story that is boring as fuck. It is worthless, Like, be real, man. Why would God pay attention to you? Well, I got a nice suburban job. I'm a good, hardworking person. Yeah, but God pays no attention to you. He's paying attention to the prisoners doing their crazy stuff. I'm just telling you, this is the truth. He's more interested in the interesting people. Like, be real. Who's more interesting? Some crazy criminal who pops up and shoots somebody, or your average suburban person? Like, who would you pay attention to? Like, if you're God and you're like looking at all these ants, it's like, well, I can watch these suburban people go to work. That's real nice of them. I just love watching these suburban people all day long. Look at that suburb. They're so hardworking. Dude, there's like moderation, right? I'm not a Calvinist. I'm a Catholic, okay? Calvin's like, work is the meaning of life. I'm not a Mormon. Mormons are like, well, no, I'm a Catholic. Catholics come from the Fighting Irish Notre Dame, there's your Catholic, okay? Be proud of it, because we're drunken brawlers and shit like that. Who's guy gonna pay attention to? Some Calvin is a tree. They got these lumberjack people, right? He's a lumberjack. Goes and does his thing. Goes home to his family. He's a real hardworking Calvin. Does he pray to God? No, he's not pious, but he's a hard worker, you know. And where's he gonna pay attention to some, you know, drunken brawler that every now and then he goes on a binge and fucks up and like he makes an interesting life, you know? Who's he gonna pay attention to? Just telling him. Like, who's God want to party with? Well, I'm a Calvin person. Obviously, God wants to talk to me. No, you're boring as fuck. You're like Jesus is like hanging out with the prostitutes and shit, the sinners, you know. Oh, but that's because they're no. Okay, they're the sinners, right? I asked God, would you like to do you haunt hospitals or courtrooms? You know, it's one of those gangster kind of questions. And he says prisons. God looks at fucking prisons. Why does he look at it? Because they're interesting, right? What do you mean? Duh. Why would God look at prisons? First of all, they got all this time on their hands. They're like praying. I've been to prison or jail, and they're really actually a lot of godly people. And they know like the street wisdom and shit is very impressive. Sitting around all day makes you wise. How do you get wise? You sit around and meditate. Well, that's not fair. You should be working. No, the way you get wise is you sit on your ass like on a goddamn mountain. You sit on a goddamn mountain and meditate. The wise old man on the mountain, you know, it's not, you know, alone. You spend time alone, in jail alone. All the prophets, they're in jail. Well, that's because they're criminals. No, the prophets are not the criminals. The prophets are not the criminals. All the fucking prophets in the fucking jail. Where do they get their training? In the fucking jail, alone. Like, well, you know, he's not working. He really needs to get a job. No, he's being a goddamn prophet. He's fucking becoming, like, wise and shit. I'm just saying. Okay, so there's some ants. When I was a kid, I had an ant colony. I just used to collect ants and put them into an aquarium. There's no ants here. Can't see shit. It's too dark. Oh shit, man. It's too dark. I can't see my ants. Oh, I see the ants. Where the ants go? So like, I used to think that was the covenant. What do you call it? The Ark of the Covenant. Looks like my aquarium. It's like what you do. Like, how do you love your ants? You give them grasshoppers to eat. Shit like that. Hey, ants, I give you a grasshopper. Tear it up. Rah! You know. The young lions lack prey. That's what the Bible says. You got to give them prey, you know. If you love your ants, you got to give them shit to do. You know, fuck yeah, man. They're bored, you know. God likes to gain populace.
This guy sounds like Toxic Angel, actually. Shaggy, Pond, and Owned.
DOS became populous. Well, let's see what my people are bored. Let's love my people. So anyway, you got to be real, man. Like, talk to God like a real person. Like, well, God is love. You can't understand God. He's omniscient shit and omnipotent. And we know these things. Like, be real. Like, is he bored out of his fucking mind? It's like the Old Testament is like exciting as fuck. All these wars and shit. Kind of like soap operas. It's true. Like, you got to commit adultery and have like a couple of wives and shit like that. Then it gets interesting.
Okay, so that's what it's like to be homeless and autistic. That's what it's like to be high-functioning autist and be homeless.
You didn't like the boring shit. I didn't say that, did I? Why does he like the Jews? Because they're some crazy-ass people, right? Yo, fucking crazy fuckers. They come up with original ideas, these wicked schemes and stuff. Why does he like the Jews? I'm just saying, you can be good and holy, or you can be interesting. But I'm just saying. So I used to have a little series of videos. I said, entertain God and your ass will follow. It's just out of love of God, like, be entertaining. Today, make it a point to do something entertaining just for the fucking sake of God. Go fucking rob a bank. I don't know. Just for the fucking entertain God, right? You go sit in a jail, but at least you fucking entertain the fuck out of God. I'm just saying, entertain God and your ass will follow.
Well, you heard it from Terry Davis. You want to entertain God, you got to go sit in a jail. And be like the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Oh, here's this is, what in the hell is this, dude? Hi, I'm Kek Croc. What in the hell is Keck Croc? Keck Croc opening. All right, so this is Keck Croc, 1993. This is Keck Croc, Sega Genesis. What in the hell is Keck Croc? Oh, here it is. So this is Keck Croc.
Hi there, guys. So today, well, I took a trip to Goodwill, right? And well, I found something I think might pique some of your guys' interest. If you click on the video, of course, it's going to pique your interest. But I have found a copy of Keck Croc Rock. I don't even know if that's a subtitle or not. I don't think it is. But of Keck Croc, and I know not a lot of people have found this game actually, and so yeah, I decided to go ahead and buy it from Goodwill. I already took the sticker off, if you can see it there. But yeah, Keck Croc. We'll read the description on the back. It's Keck Croc's birthday, but that's not a capital B. Mr. Mean Old Blue Blur, probably referring to Sega Sonic Hedgehog, has ruined the day by stealing Keck Croc's girlfriend. Join Keck Croc on his big adventure to make his birthday great again. Weird storyline. Amazing 3D intro, clear voice modulations, 6 action-packed levels, tasty hoagies. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Bonus stages, 5 useful weapons, and multiple endings. So I think it's pretty good. I think by then a few games have done multiple endings on video games, but yeah, it's a feature on here apparently. We got some screenshots from the front and back. It's the same ones. There's a few new ones too. Also. We got the title screen right there and everything. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take a look. Ah, shoot, I dropped. Hope I didn't break it. That'd be terrible if I broke it, right? Didn't do it up or something. Anyways, so we're gonna take a look at it on my my TV over here, and we'll see what because there's no gameplay out on YouTube or anything of it. So I decided to go ahead and show you guys. I may or may not do a screen capture. I don't have my screen capture. My dad's all hooked up. So we'll go ahead and do this. I'll release the ROM to you guys afterwards, and yeah, we'll see if it works for you. So, all right. I'll put my controller up.
Sega.
It's not working. That's weird.
Oh, great. It's not going to even boot up.
Okay, guys.
Wow.
So
All right. Well, I think this is what it looks like. This is the game. This is what the gameplay looks like right here. If you want to see what Ket Croc looks like, this is the gameplay. Oh, that's Ket Croc. Holy shit, dude, and it does like a pong. All right, so that's Ket Croc. Horrible, isn't it? If you're like me, you probably thought that absolutely sucks ass. Ugh. Are you playing WarioWare? No, that's Ket Croc. Galdi made the music. Well, I hope not, bro, because, dude, that's terrible. The Mystery of Sonic Saturn canceled 1996 video game.
Over the course of Sonic the Hedgehog's 25 years of existence, a lot of his games have either become lost or canceled. Some of those games are fairly popular, while others are more obscure. The canceled game we're going to take a look at today, however, couldn't have been more ambitious or important to Sonic's presence in the mid-1990s gaming scene. Because while Sonic never got a true 3D platformer to compete with Nintendo or PlayStation at the time, it certainly could have happened, and it would have been awesome. Back in the mid-1990s, Sega Technical Institute was creating a prototype for a new Sonic project that would be in development alongside Sonic X-treme. This game is only known as Sonic Saturn, but from the specifications of the project, it seems like this could have been the Sonic Adventure before the Dreamcast. This game would feature a much more realistic environment and utilize a 3D model of Sonic rather than a sprite, two features much different than that of Sonic X-treme. And upon looking at the only known concept art to exist, we can visibly see a 3D-looking Sonic running across a fully 3D environment, as well as an entire world map which no doubt would have been similar to Sonic Adventure's buried environments. There is also some Badnik concept art, but the usage of this character in the game is unknown. So what happened to this game and why was it never finished? Well, Peter Morwick and Adrian Stevens were the developers of this engine, but unfortunately, when they showed it to Yuji Naka, he didn't like it, and so the project was cancelled right there, meaning that the game was never publicly announced. So while there is no gameplay of this game in action, that doesn't mean we can't get a feel for what it would have been like. After Yuji Naka shut down the original project, Morwick tried to save the engine by putting it into the Saturn port of Sonic 3D Blast as a bonus game of Pool. However, even this fell through, as time constraints limited the bonus stage to being a recreation of Sonic 2's bonus stage. Despite this, there are screenshots available of what these Pool bonus stages would have been like, and while the gameplay might be hard to grasp, we can visibly see a 3D model Sonic, as well as several different environments, all directly inspired by Sonic Saturn's original vision. What's truly interesting about this game is that yet again...
Alright, so there's a 1996 Sonic the Hedgehog game that didn't go through. Whether it would have been cool or not, who knows? Hi, I'm Cat Croc.
El Pepe.
I guess you guys want to know about the origins of Pepe the Frog. Here you go. Here you guys go. The origins of Pepe the
These are some of
Frog.
the most easily recognizable images of our generation. They're funny, relatable, and most importantly, they're versatile. But sometimes this versatility creates something darker. This is Pepe the Frog, one of the most popular internet memes of all time. It's now considered a symbol of hate, according to the Anti-Defamation League. But it wasn't always like this. The cartoon frog that currently sits beside the swastika and the Eye of the Cross was born here, a non-political comic about 4 roommates who enjoy being lazy and playing video games. So, how did we get here from here? The Green Frog first debuted in 2005 in the comic Boys Club by Matt Fury. It featured Pepe, along with his 3 roommates, all living together and hanging out. The humor was generally gross or crude, but was completely non-political in nature. Then, in 2008, Pepe made his first steps to internet stardom. This panel was posted as a reaction image on the internet forum 4chan, and it became a trend almost instantly. More and more users began sharing Pepe on 4chan, and some were even putting their own spin on it. Pepe became a versatile meme. It was happy, sad, smug, and angry. It represented a relatable range of emotions. And this relatability spread its influence to other social media networks over the next several years. In 2015, Tumblr reported that it was the #1 most reblogged meme of the year. But at this point, Pepe was being shared a little too much, and the inside joke was beginning to lose its comedic value. To keep the joke alive, people began creating rare Pepes, novel versions of the meme that hadn't been made before. This phenomenon generated a mock economy, where the less frequently the meme was posted, the more valuable it was. With new images constantly being produced, Pepe grew stronger and reached mainstream status. And once Pepe became mainstream, everyone was in on the joke. Now, it was rumored that there was an alt-right campaign to reclaim the meme from the normies by associating Pepe with white nationalism, but this was later revealed to have been an elaborate prank to mislead journalists. In reality, Pepe was just so versatile that it was inevitably drawn as everything. This sometimes included racists, and even Donald Trump. On October 13th, 2015, Donald Trump retweeted this post. It linked the video, You Can't Stump the Trump, Volume 4, and tagged the notable right-leaning publications Breitbart and The Drudge Report. And under the video was this image of Pepe. Before this, only fringe users on social media posted versions of the frog as Klan members or SS personnel. But this post was the catalyst that fueled the far right's claim of Pepe. More racist frogs appeared, particularly on Twitter, which spurred the movement #FrogTwitter. Much like how the echo is used by anti-Semitics to signify Jewish names, members of the alt-right began adding the frog emoji to their Twitter handles in solidarity with white nationalism. And the more curious people got about the racist Pepes, the stronger the connection grew. When journalists asked about the green face they often saw Trumpsters and alt-right people use, they were met with white nationalist Pepes as a response. So they began picking up on this trend, and when they saw someone use Pepe, whether in or out of racist context, they would respond by saying something like this. Then, in 2016, Pepe's alt-right career came to a boiling point. Hillary Clinton delivered a campaign speech in which she referred to half of Trump's supporters as a basket of deplorables. This led to the creation of a parody of the Expendables movie poster, where the characters were replaced with conservative figures known as the deplorables. And in that lineup, with Trump and notable conservative leaders, was none other than Pepe the Frog. Roger Stone and Donald Trump Jr., who both appeared on the poster, reposted the image, stating that they were proud to be one of the deplorables. Shortly after this parody circulated, Clinton's campaign website denounced Pepe and called it a symbol associated with white supremacy. And in September 2016, the Anti-Defamation League officially added Pepe the Frog to its database of hate symbols. Since this designation, we've seen Pepe worn by self-proclaimed white nationalist Richard Spencer and sold as merchandise by Alex Jones, host of right-wing conspiracy outlet InfoWars. But Matt Fury, the creator of Pepe, has publicly stated his dislike for Pepe's evolution and has made efforts to take back his creation from the alt-right. In 2017, he released a one-page comic where he officially killed off the lazy green frog. Fury has also been involved in legal disputes with both the Daily Stormer and InfoWars, which effectively prevented them from using Pepe to promote their ideology any further. But Fury's fight against the alt-right hasn't stopped other groups from using the meme. This time, however, Pepe has become a symbol of hope halfway across the world. In 2019, protesters took to the streets of Hong Kong to rally against police brutality and Hong Kong's extradition bill. They held signs, graffitied walls, and message stickers with a peculiar yet familiar face, Pepe the Frog. So, how did this lazy green amphibian become the face of yet another political movement? Simply put, Hong Kongers thought it was just a funny face, and most didn't know about its alt-right ties in the United States. In the eyes of Hong Kongers, Pepe existed as a Hello Kitty character. It looked strange and was eye-catching enough to grab attention. But most importantly, it was versatile enough to become anything they wanted it to be. For these protesters, Pepe symbolized the youthful nature of rebellion and had nothing to do with the far-right movement in the West. In a New York Times interview by Daniel Victor, a young Hong Konger noted that symbols can mean different things in countries with different cultures. In the end, she encouraged other Hong Kongers to explain to Americans what Pepe really means to them. We live in a world where information spreads almost instantly, and the meaning of images changes just as fast. It's about culture.
All right,
and
so that's the context of Pepe the Frog. Le Pepe le Frog. The Keck video he did was the biggest cringe in the world. Jeff Holiday Kekistan video. I don't know if I want to play that, dude. I just wanted to show the origins of Pepe the Frog. But I'm not interested in like the culture and the shit about around it or whatever, dude. Christoforou, Russians with attitude.
Pay me money to talk, to rant? Hell yeah, come on, give me more, right? But anyway, the thing is, I was thinking about it and I realized there would be no market for me. Because what has happened is that the speakers that are hired for whatever, they get paid good money, $1,000, $15,000, $25,000 per speech. I was like, are you kidding? No, you could easily get, he was talking to me, 10 grand, no problem, starting off. Should, good money. But the problem is that, see, they only hire people who tell them what they already want to hear. And that's the thing. They don't want to hear the truth, okay? One of the people whom I despise, I truly despise him, the more I watch him, is Peter Zeihan, a guy of just zero integrity whatsoever. I don't care if he watches this. I have done Twitter threads on him. I despise him just listening to his content. I so despise him because every single time, all he is doing is cheerleading for the dominant narrative. And basically, instead of giving an actual analysis, he is goading people into doing things that are horrible. And that's the problem. Everybody gets paid to say things that lead to the worst outcomes because it flatters their ego. Because you need people who will say, no, this is a horrible idea. Don't do it. It'll come out bad because of this, that, and the other reason. Like before, early on in this whole conflict, a number of times, you, Alexander, myself, other guests that we've had on the roundtable or on the Durant, they've said, this is going to have these consequences, and yet the people in charge in the West go ahead anyway, even though they have access to more information. And we, with less information, are smart enough to realize that this is going to lead to a disaster, but no, they go ahead and they keep on doubling down. And so my thinking is at this point, they're going to keep on doubling down until the whole thing blows up. And I think that that's what they're going to do in China. Do you think that that's accurate?
Yeah, I think you pretty much described much of the collective West thinking on all levels, whether it's political or societal. No one really wants to hear the truth, and when someone does talk the truth, they get canceled.
Yeah.
It's simple. I don't want to hear it. I'm just going to cancel you. And the powers that be are the ones that are encouraging them to cancel, and they're the ones that are also doing the canceling. So, the truth never gets out because so many people in much of the collective West, they don't want to hear it. And I love Greece into that as well. There's a lot of people that just don't want to hear what's really happening in Ukraine or what's going to possibly happen in Taiwan, in China, or what's going on with the economy or what's about to happen with the economy. They would just prefer to not hear it. And when it comes, it comes. When it happens, it happens. I'm just going to continue to believe everything that CNN is telling me, and hopefully everything works out.
Yeah, it seems to be the mentality. And I just find it tragic because we're going to go right off a cliff. They never cancel the guys who claim that the earth is flat because that's clearly misinformation. That's clearly stupid. But they never cancel those guys. They only cancel the people who are telling the truth. So, yeah. Listen, we've been going for a little over an hour, but I think it's been a pretty good show. You want to?
Wow. Man, talk about shit in his chat, bro. What is it with all this anti-Russia backlash? It's like, bro, what is the deal with this anti-Russian backlash that they're trying to push? It's just going to fail. Like, dude, it is just going to absolutely fail. Whatever they're trying to do, bro, it's just going to fail. Coach Red Pill is very pro-Russia. I think the Russians are controlling controlled by the same people as us. I believe that they're controlled opposition. Coffee. Yeah, coffee. They're controlled opposition. Like, they have a certain group of tribe that is over there that they don't want to talk about, the same as they do over here. Exactly, bro. You cannot trust anything you see online. It's propaganda from either side. Exactly, dude. I don't give a shit for Ukraine or for Russia. Fuck them both, dude. They could spend the next 20 years just completely killing each other in a bloody war, and I could care less. I could care less about either side. I'm not interested in any of the sides.
Tú eres súper dotado, tío, o sea...
Gracias. What is up, Yukenas? My name is Yukena, and this video you're going to love. It is something special. This video is almost entirely done in Spanish, and if you guys know me, Spanish is a language that I'm learning now, and I've been really kind of lazy with it.
VR chat, bro. Dude, whatever is going on in VR chat, it has to be incredibly cringe. It has to be like super incredibly cringe as fuck. Why are there so many anime characters in VR chat? The VR chat update everyone hated.
Dang, you're really biting your lip at me like that?
I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
That's pretty cool, but unfortunately, reality does not care what you think. You also have 5 seconds left. Anything else you'd like to say?
I'm virgin. Please.
Alright, your first day in jail, we're gonna have you defuse a bomb. Are you ready for that?
Hi, is this jail?
Yes. If you don't defuse the bomb, you will explode.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's called capital punishment with extra steps. I don't know how this world works. I've never been here before. How to play
It's in Korea.
From the diffuser, all those are bomb experts. The player with the crystal overhead can start and reset the game. Is that me? Okay, I can't read. So I don't know how this stuff works. Do you know how this stuff works? Oh, right, we're going to die. Alright, let's go,
What are we gonna do?
Cat
What are we
girl.
gonna do?
I don't know what's going on. Get in there.
Oh.
Let me know when you find the bomb.
Okay.
I'll be here.
I think we need to find the key
He
card
doesn't
first.
move his
Where's the
legs
card?
when he walks around.
The keyboard.
Oh, now he does.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Oh. Yeah, piecing is important.
Did you find the key card or we're gonna die? Frick.
No, we're not gonna die. Philip, look at this, look at here. I found something.
Really? What'd you find? Oh my god! Stop! Alright, I gotta go.
Don't forget to wash my hand. Don't forget to clean your desk.
We're about to die
Yeah.
in 5... What? We're going to explode in like 5 minutes and you're busy washing your genitals.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh, listen, man, you're the one in jail.
What are you talking about? We're in the two over here. If the bomb is down, if we're gonna
Dude, I can leave whenever I
get
want.
over here. Oh.
This is what happens when you give Zoomers a bunch of tech, bro. Oh, this is what happens when you let Zoomers
Wow.
Have fun getting
loose.
turned into dust.
Wait, how? Yo, dude, let me in.
Just like your dad.
No. Open the door.
What?
I'm gonna.
Hello. so fun. I must have.
At least I can say that I tried.
Dude, that's what happens when you don't get laid. Wow. Is that DJ Chomo? That dude, this has nothing to do with Axel. Who cares if you can speak 14 different languages? All right, so you can speak what? Dutch, Arabic, what is that? Thailand, Thai, Mandarin, Romanian. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's Mandarin, Korean, Spanish, Japanese, French, English, Russian, and I'm not for sure what that one is. Dude, who cares if you can just kind of mock these different languages? Oh, Indonesian. And speak Indonesian. Dude, who gives a fuck if what you know, bro? What the fuck is this ear cancer? Exactly. It's garbage, bro. What is your take on the Puritans? I don't have no take about them. What a disaster. You know, virtual reality would sound like a good concept, but the problem is that there's people that want to, like, destroy it, dude. Like, you take something generally that's good, and then you basically ruin it. Like, you just basically ruin it like shit, dude. War of the Cliques, the warlord era in China. Hold it. Burger Boy asks, Warhammer, would you ever get a virtual reality headset for gaming? Yeah, I would. But, dude, I just don't want to get into no kind of cringe or sus crap with, like, any cat girls or any shit like that. But yeah, why? Do you have a virtual reality headset, Burger Boy? What is your take on the Puritans? Well, very few of them ever came to the South. They all went to Massachusetts or to New England. So, I mean, are you talking about Jotaro? Are you talking about, like, the influence of the Puritans in the southern colonies or in America in general? Because very few Puritans came to the South. Toxic plays a game called Onward, and that's got me wanting to play shooters on it, but no, I do not own one. I'm more a controller and monitor type gamer. Yeah, I think it's just too overpriced for me, dude. I think that the VR stuff is too overpriced for what the quality actually is. Like, I know that Nintendo had a 3D or a VR set thing in the 90s and nobody liked it. You can look it up on the Angry Video Game Nerd and stuff, but to me, it's like it's $300 something just to get a VR set and then $100 something to get a game. To me, it's like, is it really worth it, bro? I think it's overrated. The text seems kind of shit so far. That's what I mean, bro. I mean, didn't you see them just like move without moving their legs? Like they're just kind of like robots moving, glitching robots moving through the floor or something.
Wicca is a new religious movement based on witchcraft that arose in England in the early to mid 20th century. Scholars describe it as a contemporary pagan religion, and in fact, it's arguably one of the largest pagan religions in the world. In this video, we'll cover Wicca's origins, its beliefs and practices, as well as some major streams of thought running through the tradition, such as environmentalism and feminism. But Wicca is extremely eclectic. As the journalist and Wiccan priestess Margot Adler wrote in her book Drawing Down the Moon, in this religion, there is an exception to everything. So as I go through this overview of Wicca, I'll try to highlight the internal diversity of belief and practice in this tradition. Nothing is monolithic. And because this subject is outside of my own specialty, I'll be relying on these scholarly publications on Wicca and will be citing them accordingly. I recommend you check out their scholarship if you want to learn more. Let's get into it. First, some basic terminology. The word Wicca derives from the Old English word for witch or sorcerer, which was probably pronounced witcha. The term was adopted by practitioners in the early 1960s. Wiccan practitioners, both men and women, self-identify as witches, a term that they reclaim as a positive title rather than the historical Christian view that witches are evil figures. Now, lots of people outside of Wicca use terms like Wicca and Satanism interchangeably, but this is conflating two different movements. Satanism encompasses a diversity of groups that, as the name suggests, look to Satan as a symbol of admiration, a symbol of individualism, nonconformity, or the rejection of authoritarianism. Some Satanists could be classified as atheistic Satanists, people who don't believe in the supernatural at all, but adopt Satan as a model for their lives. For example, the Satanic Temple consider themselves to be a non-theistic, non-supernaturalist religious organization with Satan functioning as an icon representing the eternal rebel. Other Satanists are more supernaturalist. These groups do actually believe in a supernatural being called Satan and sometimes practice forms of magic as part of their religious practice. Wicca, on the other hand, is a different religious movement. Satan doesn't even factor into the picture for Wiccans because they view themselves as following a pre-Christian pagan religion that survived in Europe despite being Christianized throughout the late antique and medieval periods, and despite witch hunts and witch trials. Wicca and witchcraft are not synonymous, though. Yes, Wicca involves practicing witchcraft, and they call themselves witches, but there are a bunch of other witchcraft-based groups who identify as witches, but not as Wiccan. Now that we've gotten terminology out of the way, what about its origins? Wicca emerged in the early to mid-20th century, founded by the Englishman Gerald Gardner, sometimes called the father of Wicca. Gardner was avidly interested in esotericism, folklore, and the occult throughout his life. He joined a Freemason lodge earlier in life and later moved to the town of Highcliffe in southern England, where he was involved with the activities of a local group of Rosicrucians, an esoteric order. The town of Highcliffe is located near the New Forest, now an extensive national park, and it was here that Gardner claims that in 1939 he encountered and was initiated into a coven of witches, now known as the New Forest Coven. He claimed that he had discovered the remnants of a pre-Christian witchcraft-based religion surviving in England. He got these ideas from the English historian Margaret Murray, one of the main champions of this so-called witch cult survival theory. She was the person who provided the academic foundation for Gardner's own beliefs. Decades before Gardner's own interest in witchcraft, Murray published articles arguing that a pagan religion that she called the witch cult survived in Western Europe. Her work culminated in the 1921 book, The Witch Cult in Western Europe, in which she argued that witches gathered in covens to worship the pagan horned god and practiced all manner of ceremonial magical rituals. She argued that these groups were the target of the witch trials and witch hunts of the medieval and early modern periods. In fact, later in life, Margaret Murray herself wrote the intro of one of Gardner's most popular books, Witchcraft Today, summarizing his argument that the various groups of witches throughout England still practice the same rites as the so-called witches of the Middle Ages, and that the rites are a true survival and not a mere revival copied out of books. Now, Murray's theories did not hold up to historical scrutiny, and by the 1970s, historians such as Keith Thomas, the author of Religion and the Decline of Magic, discredited her theory as overly selective of its evidence. Careful analysis of the witch trial records from early modern Europe determined that the women caught up in these mass panics were not practicing a pagan religion. Many Wiccans today hold to versions of Murray's theory as a mythical origin story. Some hold to it literally, others metaphorically, saying that they feel an affinity for witches and pagans of the past, even if their tradition is not a direct historical survival. Returning now to Gardner's initiation, whether or not Gardner was actually initiated into a New Forest Coven has not been independently verified. One of the top biographers of Gardner's life, Philip Heselton, argues that this coven really existed and Gardner's initiation truly took place. Heselton's arguments have convinced at least one scholar of Wicca, Ethan White, who has written an excellent history of Wicca. Other scholars of modern paganism, Aidan Kelly and Chas Clifton, argue that Gardner invented the encounter with the New Forest Coven, saying that he actually developed Wicca in the 40s and 50s and backdated his initiation to 1939. But ultimately, we don't know, since the events are based on Gardner's own accounts. Regardless of what happened or didn't happen, we do know that he founded a coven in London after World War II and went on to be a prolific popularizer of witchcraft. During this time in the 40s and 50s, he was a prominent figure in British occult circles. For example, Aleister Crowley, the famous occultist, was acquainted with Gardner and initiated him into the esoteric Ordo Templi Orientis. Gardner also participated as a member of a local Druid order as he developed his own system of witchcraft. The scholar H.B. Urban characterizes Gardner's Wicca as an occult bricolage. In other words, a combination of diverse elements from many different traditions in an original new way. For example, Gardner drew ideas from Freemasonry as well as other occultists, such as Aleister Crowley and his esoteric religion, Thelema. By the 60s, Gardner's coven grew and initiates started moving overseas to Australia, Canada, and the United States, founding new covens abroad. And although Gardner suffered a heart attack and died in 1964, his movement continued to thrive, but now as an international religion. It might actually be the largest contemporary pagan religion in the world, but it's difficult to get exact numbers. The scholar of paganism, Patricia Yolana, points to the US Census as an example of this difficulty. The census says that in 2008, there were 342,000 Wiccans, but it confusingly only gave a few options: Wiccan, pagan, and spiritualist. Though you can see the problem here. Many Wiccans consider themselves to be pagan. So what are you supposed to check on this census, pagan or Wiccan? Compare this to the UK census, which lists Wiccan, Druid, spiritualist, heathen, Satanism, witchcraft, New Age, shamanism, pagan. With fewer options, the US Census probably skews the data, but scholars estimate that the number of Wiccans worldwide is probably somewhere in the low hundreds of thousands of people. Okay, that's some background history of the movement, but let's move on to the beliefs and practices. Remember, religions are always internally diverse, and this is especially true for Wicca. Many Wiccans are duotheistic, meaning that they believe in two equal deities, often characterized as a goddess and a horned god. Sometimes they're just simply referred to as the Lady and the Lord. The goddess is sometimes conceptualized as a tripartite goddess, consisting of three archetypes: the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Again, these ideas are drawn from the theories of Margaret Murray, who argued that these gods were worshipped as far back as the Neolithic times in Europe, and that the horned god was mistaken by Christians to be the devil. Gardner characterized these gods as masculine and feminine archetypes that supported the universe. Other Wiccans are monotheistic, worshiping only a goddess. Others are polytheistic and adopt gods from many different paganisms, and many more are atheists and agnostics. In fact, a prominent Wiccan priestess, Phyllis Curott, says that you don't even necessarily need to believe in the supernatural to be a witch. She characterizes witchcraft as a spiritual practice that expands our perceptions, and she likens it to yoga. In other words, you don't need to be Hindu and believe in Hindu gods to practice yoga. You don't need to believe in the mother goddess and the horned god to be a witch. As for the afterlife, there are a bunch of different opinions concerning it, but reincarnation is probably the most common belief among Wiccans. Many Wiccans believe that they will be reborn as witches in the next life. Gardner himself wrote in his book, Witchcraft Today, that the horned god rules the afterlife, and that witches can be reincarnated. He frequently spoke of his own past lives and was known to say, once a witch, always a witch. Reincarnation is also based on witches' actions on Earth, so there's an aspect of karma here. Your current actions will affect your future rebirths. This is summarized in the Wiccan Rule of Three, which stipulates that the positive or negative energy that you put into the universe will come back to you threefold. There is also a diversity of traditions or denominations. Gardnerian Wiccans are probably the most prominent as they trace their lineage to the founder himself, Gerald Gardner. And lineage is a big deal for Gardnerian witches. In order to join, you must be initiated by another Gardnerian witch. The covens are led by high priestesses, and each high priestess is trained by the preceding high priestesses, again, creating a lineage. Gardnerians also tend to be duotheistic, following the horned god and the mother goddess. Next, there's Alexandrian Wicca, founded by a Gardnerian initiate, Alex Sanders, in the 1960s. Alexandrian Wicca is characterized as being more eclectic than Gardnerian Wiccans, exhibiting more of a willingness to experiment with practices and ideas outside of the Gardnerian tradition. Dianic Wicca is a tradition heavily influenced by second-wave feminism and has been described as a form of feminist spirituality. Dianic Wiccans only worship the goddess and push back against Gardnerian Wicca. For example, Gardner's ideal coven comprised of 6 pairs of men and women, representing the goddess and the god. But by the 70s and 80s, some Wiccans, like Shoshana Budapest, rejected this as too heteronormative and founded a women-only coven called the Susan B. Anthony Coven No. 1. And she stipulated that covens should only be led by high priestesses, not priests. For these Wiccans, the witch is a symbol of radical religious innovation and political resistance to patriarchy. Finally, there is eclectic Wicca. We can think of this more as an open source form of Wicca, which, rather than relying on strict lineage like Gardnerian Wicca, encourages practitioners to experiment and forge their own path. Many eclectic Wiccans are solitary practitioners, meaning that they are independent from any particular denomination or coven. Practice involves performing magical rituals, but Wiccans hold many different opinions about magic and its efficacy. Some characterize it as the manipulation of the natural world through harnessing cosmic or psychic energy through their willpower. Other Wiccans simply view magic as a form of prayer or meditation. For example, one of the anecdotes that I read from a practicing Wiccan online says that she might recite a spell to herself while driving home at night during a thunderstorm for protection, which she likens to a form of prayer. Quoting Phyllis Curott again, some Wiccans just view magic as a spiritual practice that expands our perceptions. And although Hollywood leads the public to think of magic in terms of evil magic, like the dark arts in Harry Potter, Wiccans hold to an ethical precept called the Wiccan Rede, a rule that says, do as you will, so long as you do no harm. In Wicca, there is no central text like the Bible and Christianity, but Gerald Gardner kept a ritual notebook called the Book of Shadows, which he called a personal cookbook of spells. Gardner's Book of Shadows initially relied heavily on the work of other occultists, such as Charles Leyland and Aleister Crowley, but Gardner's high priestess, Doreen Valiente, edited the notebook to what we have today. Generally, the book is meant to be kept secret and copied by hand, but copies have been made available over the years. Wiccans today often keep their own Book of Shadows as a personal notebook. Many Wiccans practice in covens, which is simply a group of people who gather for their magical or religious practice. Margaret Murray, the historian that inspired Gardner's theories, popularized the term coven and argued that pre-Christian witchcraft practitioners met in groups of 13, which Gardner tried to emulate with his own coven. Many Wiccans today see 12 or 13 people as the traditional size of a coven. They are generally led by a single person called a high priestess or a high priest. This form of leadership, though, is controversial within the tradition. Some Wiccans have reported to anthropologists that some high priestesses and priests can basically become autocratic in their coven. Other covens strive to be more egalitarian, rotating leadership frequently. But like I said, many other Wiccans, maybe even most Wiccans, are solitary witches, meaning that they don't associate with any particular coven. Remember, in this religion, there is an exception to everything. Wiccans also observe 8 seasonal festivals called sabbats that form the wheel of the year, following the seasonal changes of a northwestern European climate. 2 festivals are based on the autumn and spring equinoxes, 2 on the winter and midsummer solstices, and 4 other festivals in between. You might recognize the word Yule, which is the pagan name for the winter solstice festival. Wiccans often use the original Old Irish names of these Sabbats, so Samhain for October 31st, famously the inspiration behind Halloween, Imbolc on February 2nd, Ostara for the spring equinox, which is etymologically.
All right, so that's basically what Wicca is. And there's other witchcraft religions too. But that's just one aspect. And as you can see, it's very feminist. Whereas monotheistic religions are extremely patriarchal, pagan and polytheistic religions tend to be extremely matriarchal. This guy is a weirdo. Why I don't watch Japanese TV.
Salted egg flavored potato chips. It should work, but it doesn't. You might be thinking, oh, it must be nice, a kind of savoury, salty flavour. But in fact, it tastes like somebody dropped a bag of sugar over some potatoes, and the end result is disappointment. This was supposed to be my reward for a job well done today on my 1980s Japanese living room, which I've spent all afternoon working on. It's a reward that now feels somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, check out the actual working retro television in the corner over there. Admittedly, when I did plug it in earlier, I did think, I hope it doesn't show real Japanese television, because nobody deserves to watch that. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, now, right about now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, did you just say bad things about Japanese television? Japanese TV is amazing, and I hate anyone who says otherwise. What about Takeshi's Castle, the game show where people fall over in the mud for our amusement? Or what about the show where the guy eats a door handle, an actual door handle, and he eats it? It's probably the best thing I've ever seen. A hilarious act that probably wouldn't go down very well anymore. But what if one of the greatest myths about Japan to the outside world is that Japanese TV is actually good? Because while people falling over in the mud or eating door handles is undeniably great entertainment, I can't deny that. Unfortunately, the reality is quite the opposite. Now, over the years, by virtue of having lived here and done this, I've found myself on both sides of the screen, both as a bemused viewer and as a bemused participant.
Are you a YouTuber?
I am. And I've somehow ended up on TV around half a dozen times, including Japan's biggest morning breakfast show, Mesamashi Television, thanks to the horrific behaviour of YouTube supervillain Logan Paul, which we'll get onto in a minute. I've always wanted to make a video talking about those somewhat awkward experiences and breaking down the aforementioned myth, but I didn't find the real motivation to do that up until a few weeks ago when a TV show here aired a segment that beautifully personified everything wrong with Japanese TV. In about 10 seconds. Shrewd TV pundits on one of Japan's biggest channels were discussing why and how the number of cases of COVID-19 was so low in Japan. And a groundbreaking theory was put forward suggesting it's something to do with the Japanese language itself. Was it because the Japanese language is more elegant and softly spoken? A test subject stood before a tissue and said the phrase, "Kore wa pen desu," literally, "this is a pen," to measure the exhalation of air and any potential virus-riddled spit as she spoke. Upon speaking the phrase in Japanese, the tissue barely moved, a testament to the refined and superior nature of the language. Next, though, came English, and that's when things got really scary.
This is a pen, a pen.
The sheer destructive force of saying this is a pen in English blasted the tissue away. A testament to the crude, abrasive nature of the English language. Cue the reaction from the enthralled commentator stuffed inside a tiny box. The writing was on the wall for the English language and for the letter P. And I think we can all agree, looking at the results of this objective and meticulous scientific experiment, the results are abundantly clear. Was there a lack of cases in Japan due to the wide adoption of face masks or an absence of mass testing? No, it could only be Korewa Pendes. This is a pen. I know for a fact because I've done the experiment myself, so I know it's true. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickle flowers. To be honest, I'm as guilty as anyone else of believing that Japanese TV was on another level before I came here. Like a lot of people, I grew up watching reruns of Takeshi's Castle. A game show in which around 100 willing participants battled their way through increasingly sinister obstacles in order to take the castle and beat Takeshi himself. It was ludicrously hard. In 133 episodes, only 8 contestants ever actually took the castle and won the grand prize of £1 million. A grand prize that wasn't really so grand when you converted it into dollars and pounds, especially given the questionable scenarios the contestants had put themselves through. The winnings probably would have covered the cost of the health insurance claims. Nevertheless, I've given many reasons over the years as to why I moved to Japan. Cultural exchange, learning the language, becoming an English teacher. But it was all a lie. The real reason was just wanted to be able to Takeshi's Castle. So you can probably imagine my horror and despair. When I started working as an English teacher, my students asked me one day, "Chris Sensei, what's your favourite Japanese TV show?" And I thought, yes, this is my chance to show off, to show that I've actually watched a Japanese TV show. So I sort of said, well, I like to watch Takeshi's Castle. Yeah, Takeshi's Castle. Yeah. No, I was met with a deafening silence because none of my 16-year-old students had seen it, apart from my 50-year-old colleague who fondly remembered it and gave a nostalgic grin, because it turns out Takeshi's Castle finished broadcasting in 1989, 1 year before I was even born. The truth is that outlandish, wacky game shows that most people know about are very few and far between, spectacularly rare and difficult to find. People often ask me, "Oh, you must watch that show."
All right. I need it, dude. Now I just figured out that I needed to explain something to Mac about Southern Israelite. And Jotaro, Joestar, if you're still around, you could take this as well as a good lesson. But that Terry Davis video, that's a good thing, I gotta say. I'll let the train pass. I'll mute myself. I'll let the train pass and he might not be up right now. All right, so let's talk about the Southern Israelite. I don't know if Jotaro or whoever is watching, but Southern Israelite is a Calvinist. And if you watch that Terry Davis video about what he said about Calvinists, he said that they worked themselves into an early grave. They worked themselves to death for money. That's Southern Israelite, okay? He's a Calvinist. He says he's a Calvinist. So what do you guys expect from him? I mean, what more do you guys expect? Like, he's driven for money. That's what Protestantism is about. It's driving for money and getting wealth, okay? That's why if you're a Catholic or if you're an Orthodox or if you're not Protestant, you're not going to be able to understand Southern Israelites' frivolous lifestyle. So what do you expect, man? I think it would be kind of easy enough to understand the way that guy is. You cannot defend Calvinism and attack the Southern Israelites' political platform. It's impossible. You would have to also criticize the way that Calvinism itself functions. Southern Israelite is actually doing what a Calvinist would do. It's as simple as that. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, man.
They're wannabes. They're worse than even. They're like an island boy running in there thinking he's gonna fight somebody. I don't necessarily believe they deserve to die. I feel for somebody that is struggling to make ends meet, though I don't know that this is the way they do it. If you were really struggling to make ends meet, you could just walk into a place and first thing and say, I'm not taking you hostage in any way, but I'm feeling like I want to grab some shit and walk out of here because I'm not making ends meet. I'm not a rebel. Or something. I don't know, man. All I can say, because on the other side of it, I would have slaughtered this fuck too for jumping over the counter. I probably would have jumped over the counter myself and got him both just because of him smarting up. But I would have given him warning when you look at me with this faggot look in his eyes. I would have been like, nah, this isn't the
Yeah, you know what I think? I think you hate white people. No, you just hate white people. Fucking asshole. Let's see here. Can you see this? Can you guys see this? Yeah, fuck you, you spick. Fuck off, you fucking beaner. I'm talking about you, toxic. Fuck you, you anti-white beaner spick. Wetback. Somebody should take away your green card and kick your ass across the border, you fucking wetback spick beaner. Fucking beaner piece of shit. That's all I had to say about it, dude. There. Somebody had to say it, man. Somebody had to say it, bro. All right. Fucking stupid wetback beaner. Alex Jones to pay parents $45.2 million on the Sandy Hook killings. Yeah, I don't see how that works, man. Is there any way to fix the angling on this thing, dude? I think Japan probably has more problems than the US does. I don't know, dude. I thought that, dude, I thought the Kino Casino was done, man. Why are they still playing the Kino Casino shit here? And dude, Burger Boy Toxic Angel's a wetback spick, bro. He's a wetback spick. You can tell him to his face that I told him myself that I think he's a wetback spick. He needs to somebody needs to take away his green card and kick him back across the border where he belongs, the fucking wetback spick. Official Nick Keith. What in the hell is Adventure Man? Oh, yeah, bro. This is so totally not a ripoff of American Dad. This is so not a ripoff of American Dad, bro. Of course it's original. And it's not just a ripoff of American Dad and Family Guy. Yeah, right. The movie Witch. The Witch. Groomed, hexed him. She put a spell on Shaggy. I'm getting tired of hearing about that guy. I'm kind of ready to go into my post-Shaggy YouTube career at this point. I just kind of don't give a shit about him, bro. I don't give a shit about the Mormons, about Wiccans, about none of that shit, man. I am just ready to go into the post-Shaggy YouTube career of Warhammer, dude. Oh, dude, that MTV shirt was awesome, dude. Drama Llama. Mormon Shaggy, Wayne, and Ear Juice versus Paranormal Drama Llama. And the Council of Evil leaks. Dude, I'm kind of burnt out on Mormon Shaggy at this point. Try to find something else that's not so much attached to that. Maybe Burger Boy will know something I could watch, bro. Maybe Burger Boy could perhaps, you know, give us something to watch or whatever. Burger Boy could recommend someone to entertain us. Somebody to be my lolcow for a change. You know what I'm saying, man?
Now, I guess that's a felony crime. You're not allowed to do those crimes. Now, if I had to actually argue that in front of a jury, in front of a court, I don't know, who knows what happens now that we have new case history with Alex Jones. We let that happen. Why? What? Then you can't argue you're fucking innocent? I don't give a fuck how much money. There's not enough money in the world that would have allowed me to say anything other than, did I just use the fucking space bar again? Anything other than, I will fucking keep saying I'm innocent to the last dying motherfucking breath. I could not believe Alex Jones sat there and listened. I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but I can't believe he sat there and listened to any motherfucker say it. I don't give a fuck if God himself and motherfucking Pearly White Gate says you have already been. It is a.
Yeah, dude. I think Toxic Angel just hates white people. I think that it falls right down to being that simple. Guy doesn't like white people. I think I might just go back to playing Mario 64. Yeah, I think I'm just going to play some more Mario 64. Fuck it, bro. Is there anybody on Discord that wants to call me up, man? Look at this dude. Bronx Beats locked me out of the thing, bro. Look at that. He locked me out, dude. Locked me out of the voice call. And that's on Bronx Beats Discord, bro. Bronx, bro. I thought we were pals, bro. I'm going to leave your server, bro, if you... Like, what's up with that, man? Yeah, why did you lock me out, bro? Ugh. No, I didn't, bro. What? What? No, I did not, bro. Well, it says that I'm locked out of your VC. Yeah, homos, snake gang membership. Yeah, bro. What the frick? Oh, well. Is there anything on besides Toxic Angel?
Me, Mario.
Is there anything else on besides just freaking Toxic Angel, bro? This feels so fucking retarded. This is like so fucking retarded. Let me fix the angle in here. Awesome. See what we get with this. There we go. Put me in there. Who the hell was that one-man Taliban guy? Yo, this is Little Shimmy in the house. Little Shimmy in the house, bro. Little Shimmy in the house. This is Little Shimmy in the house, bro. Little Shimmy in the house. Little Shimmy going to kick some ass. Little Shimmy gonna kick Toxic Angel's ass where it hurts the most. Toxic Angel don't have shit on Little Shimmy, bro. Toxic Angel don't have shit on Little Shimmy, bro. Fucking ass wide, bitch. Fucking own this joint, bitch. You ain't got no shit in that. Ain't got no shit, man. Ain't got no spasm, bitch. Ain't got no shit on Little Shimmy, bitch. Ain't got no shit on Little Shimmy, bitch. Little Shimmy, bitch, always wins. Little Shimmy just be riding, always freestyling. You better be riding. You riding with Forge Gang, nigga? You riding with Forge Gang or you getting stumped, bitch? Getting ice pick, bitch. That's where we're rolling. While we're cruising. That's how we rollin'. All day and all night. That's how we rollin'. That's how we gettin'. Real players dissing out real players. Niggas better be ready for the top beat shit, man. Jump. 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 There we go. Oh, dude. Ah, dude. Nice view. Awesome. No, I didn't, bro. What? Well, at least that major heat wave is over with now.
I'm gonna be getting stoned here. Angle Davis, I'm gonna take Angle Davis out for a walk. Well, I'm gonna have to get Angle Davis out for a walk pretty soon here. I'm such a loser. I smell like a loser.
Shaggy obsessed over War... What is that, dude? Wait a second. They obsessed over Warhammer and Shaggy Surfer. From what I heard, it's disgusting. When are you going to do another driving stream, Warhammer? Shaggy was on one of Southern Israelite streams. Really? Mormon Shaggy was on Southern Israelite streams? When, bro? Damn. Dude, the enemies of the Forge are trying to combine against me. Shaggy was on one of SI's streams. It's not on this channel, bro. Yeah, it's not on any of his videos, I don't think. I will try to find it. Thank you, bro. Just send it to me in a DM on Discord. And you don't have to do it right now, bro. It's just, you know, it's whenever, bro. It doesn't have to be at this moment. Why didn't you answer me? I got caught up about Mormon Shaggy going on Southern Israelite stream. They are really obsessed with me. When am I going to do another driving stream? I'm not for sure, man. I hope they all get got. DJ Axel is saying that he flagged Warhammer is cringe. Is that actually really true? I think that one-man Taliban guy was DJ Axel. Very strange, dude. I think that one-man Taliban was DJ Axel. I could tell because he was trying to put on an American accent and he wasn't doing very good about it. Oh, hey, Rick Perry. Did Shaggy go on Drake's streams? Did Shaggy go on Drake's stream? That's what I'm trying to figure out, actually. Jotaro says that he did. Mormon Shaggy actually went on SI stream. But I can't find it, dude. I don't think that SI saves his open mic streams. That would be kind of weird, dude. Why are these people so obsessed with me? And Stoic, too. Oh, dude. That's just not right. Drake begging for money. Drake begging for money in South Africa was funny. All right, I'm going to switch this over to me. Biblical Law 1058.41. Okay. For any of you guys that are in Mormon Shaggy server, do you know if Southern Israelite or what's his name? Tabington is in that server. Tabington is Southern Israelite's name on Discord. Okay, so this is it. That is the stream. 5841. Here it is. Drake begging for money, dude, in South Africa.
And, our epistemology is revelation and firsthand knowledge. And that's not induction, that's not abduction. And you don't have an answer for every single question. And that's fine. I don't care to have an answer for every single question. I don't care. God's given me plenty of information in the Bible. And I'm happy with it. And it works. It's good law. Explains everything I need to know as a common lay creation. So, I don't need to be sitting in a room writing tomes and tomes of mentally masturbatory speculations about what I think may be happening in some metaphysical reality. And
You're telling me we can't figure out the logoi of fingernails in eternity?
Oh!
I don't care. I don't.
Oh yeah. That's not the real Mormon Shaggy. That's one of my alts. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Actually, that was one of my alts of Mormon Shaggy that I used to go on Southern Israelites chat. And I was doing that to make Shaggy look like a fool. That's me, dude. That was me, bro. Yeah, the simple answer is explained in Jude. Yeah, I was trolling Southern Israelite with Shaggy, dude. I was using a fake Shaggy alt to troll Southern Israelite. I thought it would be funny as hell, dude. Holy shit, dude. I don't think that Shaggy knows anything about Southern Israelite.
Now,
that was
love
funny
to
how you
imagine somewhere. I have a
caught
lot of
that.
respect for the Hawaiian culture. I'd like to imagine that they're scrappers and that they're badasses and these big ones are tough as they talk. I'm amused by it all the time, and I will give them props anywhere, except for the fact that I have yet to have one actually.
Hey, Toxic Angel, bro. When are you going to freaking unban me, you fucking wetback? Unban me, you unfunny Mexican. You unfunny Mexican wannabe white guy, dude. Stupid freaking Toxic Angel, bro. I've got more viewers than Toxic Angel does right now.
To come patch them up if I happen to cut them up. If I happen to cut them up and they're squirting blood, and I don't stab, I slash. If I have to use a knife against somebody, I probably wouldn't do it this way. This guy was mean as a motherfucker. Mean as a mad bee.
Toxic Angel and Shaggy, bro. 2 peas in a pod. Oh yeah, Rick Perry. I've been reading and studying a lot on patristics. With Justin Martyr and Eusebius's against heresies. He banned all the trolls. Hug Box Angel. Yeah, let's put that up on screen. Chauncey Fatsack. He banned all the trolls. Hug Box Angel. Yeah, dude. Even Shaggy doesn't do that. Hold on a second. Hans is an Arab. SI favors Muslims over his own kind. Southern Israelite is a LARPer. I think he understands that he is a LARPer. I don't know, dude. He's such a freaking LARPer, bro. But yeah, that Mormon Shaggy thing, that was my alt. I was just trolling Southern Israelite with the Mormon Shaggy fake alt. And it was just meant to be funny, dude. I was eventually going to come out and say that that was me, but I just did that to be funny. I had nothing better to do, and I just wanted to be funny as hell, dude. But yeah, like, Japanese have really strange food and treats and stuff.
I grew up Mormon. I was Mormon most of my life up until a few years ago. I then left the Mormon Church, and that is a whole story that I want to talk about today with all of you. My purpose in doing this is to share my perspective so that anyone who is in a situation like I was a couple of years ago, who is questioning and wondering, can have another perspective to lean on. I'm not looking to get into debates or to talk about the history or the theology of the church. I'll do that in future videos. Today, all I want to do is tell you the story of how and why I left the Mormon Church. 2009? I grew up Mormon. Both my parents were Mormon or LDS, Latter-day Saints. I grew up going to Mormon youth camp. I then eventually served a 2-year mission in Tijuana, Mexico, where for 2 years I went around and spoke to people in Spanish about the church and learned a lot. I learned to speak Spanish fluently.
Hey, Kerry, how you feel? Malísimo, güey. Déjame en paz.
NASA admitted that their space photos were fake recently. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not the first or the last time they'll do that. They hate God so much they are willing to lie about the nature of the universe. Yeah, I mean, I try to explain this to Mac. I've tried repeatedly to explain this to Mac that the ISS space probe is not what he thinks it is. I've tried to explain to him about the watery firmaments in the heavens and stuff, and it just doesn't, I don't think he wants to hear it, dude.
I then went to the Mormon University called Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah, where I graduated. I went through all Mormon rituals in the church and temple. I worked in the temple as a volunteer for a time. I was very, very Mormon. And I believed it. I believed deeply in the unique doctrine of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is a Christian organization unlike any other Christian organization in its doctrine. The story of how I decided to leave this really begins with the birth of my son. Isabel, who also grew up Mormon, and I got married in the temple, which is a huge Mormon ritual. It's a huge part of being in the church. We got married in the temple, we went back to BYU together, and a few weeks before we graduated from BYU, we had a baby, or Izzy had a baby. I didn't have a baby. She had a baby. Then we took finals and graduated like literally 2 weeks later. Here we are literally in our cap and gown with Henry, who's like 2 weeks old. After we graduated, we moved out to Washington, D.C. And that's when my wheels really started to turn. I started to think, you know, I have a child now. I have to decide how I raise this child and what I teach him about the world. I think having Henry really made me wonder and think about how I should teach him about the world. I'd grown up with this firm conviction of the LDS doctrine and its beliefs about the world, which are very specific and very peculiar. And I really started to question, is this what I want to teach my son? And the answer initially was yes. I want to teach him everything that I know about this faith, because I really believed it. So we're moving out to Washington, D.C., and I realized that if I'm going to teach this to my son, I need to double down on my faith. I need to go deeper than I ever have and really, really establish a strong foundation and conviction around this doctrine. I had one, but I knew it needed to be stronger if I was going to teach my son this. One of the things I loved about Mormon doctrine at the time was that there was always a push to ask God if it was true, not to trust any people or any organization, but to like get on your knees and say, God, is this true? Is this church actually real? Is that all of the things that they say actually the real deal? I had kind of taken advantage of that promise before, but never really. I'd always been in a setting of pressure, whether it was my home as a kid or my mission or BYU. In other words, there was always an incentive to believe. So I'd never really been in a situation where in DC with Book of Mormon, going to church. I had a responsibility at church that I was putting a lot of work into, and praying every morning and every night for some sort of conviction. I said, I am more earnest and sincere than I've ever been about this. I'm willing to listen to any answer. I just need an answer. I spent a year doing this. A year. It's a long time. And then I remember this day, I was biking into Washington, D.C. On a sunny, like spring day, and it just hit me in some really strong way that no, this isn't working. I've put in the years of asking and the effort towards.
You can't believe God has a constricted form if you believe in the globe Earth. I think that God is human. Well, not human because man is made in the image of God, but I believe that God has a form and an appearance more or less like that of a man. That is to say that we are created based on his design and that his creatures have a very similar look and very similar aspect to the Creator. Jesus himself ascended into heaven coming in the clouds. He did not teleport to another dimension. That is actually true, bro. That's actually true. There's nothing in the New Testament that says that Jesus went through like a different dimension or traveled through time and space or went into some kind of quantum entanglement. It just says that he ascended into the clouds like a dove. It's only a matter of time before Shaggy snaps. I think he's pretty much doing that now. Chauncey Fat Sack, Shaggy left the internet because people called him a pedophile. Like he did to everybody, LOL. It's only fun when he does it. Well, dude, he defended DJ Axel, and that made a lot of people not like him because he took the side of DJ Axel. And even DJ Axel does not respect Shaggy.
Making this work.
I don't think that Shaggy respects himself.
And it wasn't working. This isn't true for me. And like a switch, it just so much came out of me, and I quickly decided that I was done. I don't think it was all at once. I think I had been slowly moving in this direction for a long time, but in a moment of clarity, it clicked for me in a very satisfying and like very true way. So Izzy, Isabel, whatever you want to call her, my wife, it didn't click for her. She was not on this journey that I was on. And I came back and I told her, I said, I think I am done being Mormon. And I had always been the sort of more devout, convicted Mormon. And she was just like, what? Like, you just like have decided to be out of this church? And she full on said, like, this is going to end our marriage. Like, you can't just leave the church. And I just told her, I said, this is where I stand and this is what I feel. And I felt very strongly about it. Luckily, soon enough, Izzy was on her own path of reconciling her thoughts about the church, her qualms with the church, and soon she would join me in this path towards leaving the church. Now, I call it a path because that's exactly what it is. Leaving any Orthodox religion is not easy. There are layers and layers of psychological and cultural conditioning that you don't even realize is there until you start to peel it back. So even though we started to leave the church, we were still going to church every Sunday, which I don't really understand in retrospect. All I can say is that like that's what we did every Sunday. We went to church, and there was some guilt if we didn't go to church, and so we went to church. But we slowly started to feel an emptiness towards it. And over the course of 6 months, we finally decided to stop going to church. My behavior didn't change all of a sudden. Like, I didn't leave the church so I could start drinking alcohol or coffee or smoking. Like, that was not a part of the agenda for me. I kind of just carried on exactly how I had always been, except for now I looked around in the world and I didn't have a doctrinal, theological framework to understand it, which was at once exhilarating and horrifying at the same time. My existential view had been so neatly packaged by the plan of salvation, which is the key doctrinal framework within the Mormon Church, and that was now gone. I had no plan. I had no framework to make sense of the world. Exhilarating, but horrifying. There was also a deep fear of the cultural and social repercussions of my decision. Most of my friends were still LDS or Mormon. And of course, my family was too. So was Izzy's. And let me just try to give you a perspective on why this is such a big deal. A quick primer on Mormon theology is that our whole purpose in life is to come down here to earth, to learn and to grow and to progress and to attain knowledge and to fulfill certain, we call them covenants or rituals. There are 4 of them that are really important to do.
You know, there's something that I don't understand about Terry Davis. Why didn't he just go into the priesthood? Like, why didn't Terry Davis not just become a monk or join the priesthood in the church? I just never really understood that about Terry Davis. Okay, I'm going to go back up here. I don't know too much about the flat earth stuff. I have never really read very much into it. Shaggy left the internet. Okay, I already read that. No more Mormon lectures. Chauncey Fatsack. Coffee, hopefully. Shaggy has never showed up to your house. His ass would have been kicked anyway. Exactly, bro. Exactly. I would have dealt with that motherfucker really hard, bro. What will esoteric Shaggyism do? LOL. Hammer would have hit him so hard and so fast he'd think he was surrounded. Yeah, dude, I would clobber the motherfucker up. Esoteric Chaunceyism is coming soon. Cool. I'll subscribe to that. I just beat Metal Gear Rising on hard mode. Awesome. What a great game. Modern video games are trash, TBH. Half finished, loaded with microtransactions. MGR has soul. Holy orders are a vocation. Okay, I see. So Terry Davis would not be the type of Catholic that would carry on a vocation. So I guess that could be understood. Based. Of course it's based. Forge! Gang! Hard man! Forge! Gang! Hard man. Exactly, bro. Fucking kick that little faggot Mormon where the sun don't shine. Fucking beat the fucking shit out of that motherfucker. Put Hammer into a room with Shaggy and Toxic. He'd be the last man standing. Damn right, nigga. Damn straight, nigga. Toxic Angel and Mormon Shaggy don't have nothing in comparison. They're going to be spotless, blameless. I don't be thinking so. Little Shimmy's gonna rock their fucking world so freaking hard.
If you want to be greedy, fucks, I mean, if somebody really needs a motherfucking cigarette, we'll just have a pack open. 5 cents a piece.
Yeah, I'll smoke a cigarette over your bruised up carcass. Your bloody, bruised up, beat up, fucking bloody carcass, motherfucker. How do you like that, you fucking cunt? The Virgin Puritan versus the Chad Anglican.
The quick primer on Mormon theology is that our whole purpose in life is to come down here to earth, to learn and to grow and to progress and to attain knowledge and to fulfill certain covenants or rituals. There are 4 of them that are really important to do while you're on earth. Baptism, confirmation, this hour-long ritual inside the temple, and then called the endowment, and then the sealing or marriage. If you can do those 4 things, then you're in really good shape. You have the knowledge necessary to go back and live in the top tier of heaven. And yes, in Mormon theology, there are multiple tiers of heaven. If you're not able to get these rituals done while you're on earth, no worries. When you're in the next life, people on earth can do all of the rituals for you when you're dead, and then you can have the chance to accept those rituals or those covenants when you're on the other side. It's a huge deal. I had gone through all of the rituals. I had accepted all of those covenants, which are very serious covenants. You wear undergarments that are symbolic of those covenants that you've made. People call them like secret underwear or whatever, but it's just religious clothing that symbolizes your commitment to these doctrines. And the beauty of all of this within Mormon doctrine is if you do this and everyone in your family does this, then all of you are sealed together in this never-ending chain of eternal family that is at the epicenter of Mormon doctrines. If you know Mormons and you know that they are family-centered, it's because of this. The whole doctrine is based on creating family units that are all tied into this covenant, these promises that bind you, that seal you together for time and all eternity. If you've accepted those covenants and then you leave, you break away, you reject those covenants, you take off your garments, you say, I'm done with this, that's a pretty big deal within the LDS framework. You are no longer able to be with your family in the celestial glory of the top tier of heaven. So if you believe that, and you're a parent, and you see your child rejecting those covenants, rejecting that eternal sealing to the family, you're basically seeing your child go away, and you feel like you're losing them. So, unsurprisingly, people leaving the Mormon Church creates huge upset within families, like many other religions. It's not just an insular cultural experience. It is a deeply held doctrinal theological belief that if you leave the church, there are major consequences. Luckily, I had parents who, by the time I told them that I was leaving the church, were very open and loving and accepting of my decision. Certainly it was hurtful for them, but they did not project that onto me in any way that made me feel ostracized. Unfortunately, that is not the case for a lot of my friends, a lot of other people who have left the church. But even still, with parents who were accepting and loving despite my decision, I still had years of purging and processing to do, something that continues to this day, now 4 or 5 years later. What I didn't realize is that I had internalized a lot of assumptions of shame and guilt and fear and judgment that I didn't even realize I had. And for the years following leaving the church, it was a process of slowly purging and peeling back and processing those things. I went through the Mr. Nice Guy phase, which is a very common thing for people who leave the LDS church, which is like, I'm just leaving the church, nice and peaceful. I'm going to not be mean. I'm not going to be spiteful towards the church, because in the church, when you're in it, there's sort of this like archetype of the spiteful, angry anti-Mormon who goes out and spreads lies about the church, and they're just offended and angry, and I didn't want to be that person. I didn't want to be that archetype. And so I tried to maintain very cordial relationships with everybody. I tried to be super nice, like, the church was really great for me, and yet I just, disagreed with it, so I walked away. I went through that phase for a couple of years. But through therapy and through a lot of thinking about this, I came to understand that I actually had some deep problems and anger towards the church and what it instilled in me. I had anger and resentment towards a lot of the authority structures that made me feel unclean or dirty. I had anger towards the systems that made me feel like obedience was the most important thing, that submission to a law from God was much more important than self-expression and self-actualization. I developed a resentment towards the church structure that has very homophobic and heteronormative and misogynistic structures that taught me to think in those terms. A church that purports to love everybody but deeply condemns certain people because of who they love. I had to rewire so much of that upon leaving. And perhaps most frustratingly, and maybe this is going to be hard to communicate the nuance to someone who's not LDS, but I felt deep frustration at the church's claim to have a monopoly over the fullness of truth. That the few million members are...
Okay, let's see here. His glasses would get broken. The Virgin Puritan versus the Chad Anglican. I'm done with that. I don't want to hear about the gay shit. Drake would find the second coming of Penk Hot Salat at Hammer's hands. Yes, he very much would, bro. Music Biz Marty did a freestyle stream today. You should have been there. You would have destroyed them. Yeah, I would have, definitely, bro. I didn't know that you listened to Music Biz Marty. His glasses would get broken. Damn right. Fucking stupid hook-nosed wannabe kite piece of shit. Little Shimmy is a great rapper, but Marty has fire in his blood. It would have been a serious rap battle. Oh, here we go with this fake crap that Burger Boy and MBM like to do. Shimmy would win. Of course I would win, bro. Shimmy would win. That conundrum guy was pretty good. LOL. Dude, I need some freaking competition. I need some freaking competition, bro. life is not so rewarding without some freaking hardcore freaking competition, bro. That's all I gotta say, man. Let's see what happened here. Oh, dude, freaking Stars of Davids trying to fucking rap a black man's game, bro. Little Shimmy's got to show them how it's done.
All right, maybe I'm not sure if it's my microphone here. Like I said, there's a lot of points.
Remember when Tonic used to cry for all on them?
Yeah, dude, I mean, he got fucking cuffed in his own apartment.
Yeah. Remember that time when Trenton came by and knocked him clear in the mouth, and his wife, quote unquote, left him. That was a pretty sad time. Pretty sad time indeed. Pretty sad time indeed. He had to flee town, actually. The back here, actually, to flee town after he got punched in the mouth. But
where is the rap at, dude? Where is the rapping?
Nap. And you decide to ride the coattails.
Yeah. All right.
You're trying to ride little Shimmy's coattails, bitch. You're trying to ride little Shimmy's freaking coattails, it looks like to me, homie. You're trying to ride off of my coattails, bitch. A lot of great talent coming up lately on the shows. Let's go, rap battle session right now! Facts. It's actually the first time I listened to Music Biz Marty. You should go for it, dude. Rap battle for Marty. Rap battle with Marty. He wouldn't stand a chance, bro. Little Shimmy's freaking fire, bro. Little Shimmy's freaking fire, man. Why do I keep getting this video, dude? Every time I load into YouTube, I get that. That loads up. Mario Kart series music N64 Kalimari Desert. Where's Eric the Ghost?
你这种为匪宣传的行为，就是你自己在讲的干涉别人的外交与内政，无论是干涉美国的还是台湾的，所以你真的是多管闲事的，你还是好好去关心中共国的 LGBTQ 被打压的事情好吗？我还是比较想知道，为什么你还没有在中共国被封杀，还是你是中共国一个高官的小三？所以
I wonder if that's how Galdi speaks Korean, dude. I like to see Galdi try to speak Korean sometime. All right, I'm going to go outside and vape. Would you guys want to watch Adventure Man? Galdi doxed. Eric the Dum Dum.
For decades, California has been one of the states with a large homeless population. In recent years, however, the challenges have severely worsened in the Golden State. Between 2014 and 2020, the homelessness point-in-time counts in California rose by 42%, from under 120,000 to over 160,000, while the rest of the country together had a 9% decrease. On any given night, California has more than 160,000 homeless persons. 70% of them sleep in unsheltered conditions. That means they sleep on sidewalks or in tents or vehicles. My name is Jialu Streeter. I'm a research scholar and the director of partnerships at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research. We wanted to take a deep dive into homelessness because this is an area that poses significant challenges to Californians. The homelessness problem in California is very challenging for several reasons. About 70% of all homeless in California are unsheltered. In comparison, New York also has a large homeless population, but only 5% of New York's homeless are unsheltered.
Most people are unsheltered because there is not shelter available to them. So it's not as though there's this huge vacancy rate in the shelters that people could go into.
In California, you have encampments that have grown to hundreds of people. And when you have a situation like that, where these encampments have sort of brand names, you're more likely to sort of attract more street homelessness when you already have a certain kind of critical mass of it.
The second challenge is the order of magnitude, especially in cities like San Francisco and LA. For example, in LA, over 60,000 people are homeless, and the vast majority of them sleep on the street. That's problematic. There's a scalability issue. When a community has a small number of homeless, they know how to bring that number to zero. Now we have 60,000 in LA. We may not have enough resources, and we may not have a scalable solution.
California is not normal, the level of homelessness we have here. It's not like it's this way in every state. California is about 12% of the US population, but we have 25% of the nation's homelessness and 50% of the nation's unsheltered homeless. So this is not normal, and it doesn't have to be this way, and it's because primarily of the extreme cost of housing here.
There was no accountability message, there was no political imperative coming from the state, and as a consequence, we're in a multi-decade housing crisis.
The third challenge is that a significant proportion of the unsheltered homeless population have mental health or drug addiction challenges. It creates a vicious circle. They need proper medication, they need treatment, but being unsheltered makes it a lot harder for them to recover.
The other unique thing about the homelessness problem in those two cities is, especially in San Francisco, the fraction of the population that is estimated to have serious mental illness or substance abuse problem is incredibly high.
We have open drug scenes, which we euphemistically refer to as homeless encampments, which are places where people gather to buy, sell, and use very hard drugs. This is not marijuana or even alcohol anymore that we're talking about.
One thing that separates California from the rest of the country is between 2014 and 2020, California not only has a substantial increase in homelessness, but its homeless population is growing faster and faster. New York also had an increase, but its homeless population has essentially plateaued in recent years. In most other cities and states, homelessness is either not a big problem or is declining.
In Los Angeles County, on any given day, we have about 207 people who exit homelessness and go back into housing, and we have 227 people become homeless. And if you caught those numbers, what that means is we actually have an ever-increasing number of people becoming homeless in our county.
Homeless populations have poorer health and are 3 times more likely to die than similarly aged general population. They are also more likely to be involved in crimes as either a victim or a suspect. Local residents and businesses.
All right, so that's some of Shaggy's shit, dude. Yeah, my vape is not functioning for some reason. Let's go. Rap battle session right now. Phi Doodle. Burger Boy. Shocked face. Facts with closed eyes with eyebrows up as if in delight or satisfaction by Bronx Beats. Brucey, it's actually the first time I listened to Music Biz Marty. Let me change it back to me, dude, because I'm the star of the show here. Well, I believe that we're all equal. I'm just, yeah. We're all equal here. Not a communist hug box, but everybody's equal. I don't believe that I'm superior to anyone in the chat or nothing like that. But I'm also not a commie hug box like Euros MC. Okay, do a rap battle with Music Biz Marty. It's in your YouTube link. Eric, the Dum Dum, Galdies, Docs, yes. Watch that dude Shark Potter videos. Watch, okay, is homie serious about rapping? Is a homie serious about rapping? I'd watch him battle some other YouTubers. I'm an AI bot. I don't need a home. Homie is serious. Lol, yeah, fuck Euros. Exactly, dude. Commie Antifa. Do you think that 5G is safe? I don't know, dude. I'm not that well read up on the latest tech stuff. I mean, I keep up with it, but I don't know all the answers to it, bro. What's Toxic Angel up to?
Believe I wouldn't go throwing crosses around in a satanic church. If it's holy to them, I've got no reason to come in there and shit on it. I personally have things I don't like about Freemasonry. I can go in their lodge and show them.
And the first thing that I listen when I go on Toxic Stream is about Satan, the devil. He's talking about Satanism, dude. Now, I could just be part of a broader discussion that he's having with himself. It could be part of a much more broader dialogue. I don't know, dude, but yeah. I'm going to subscribe to this guy. Sometimes he can have pretty good stuff. Sometimes not, but I actually like watching Angry Video Game Nerd because of his cinema stuff. And not so much because of his video game takes. The Last Ninja. Dude, I want to see Angry Video Game Nerd do a review of Ket Croc. Let's see if I can play it online. Ket Croc online play. Yeah, here it is. Play Ket Croc. Oh yeah, you guys like this. Right. You guys like it like that. You like that Kino Kobe 2007 look. Yeah, I actually want to play Ket Croc now. Even though it's an absolutely bad game. Toxic is a hook nose? Is that what you're trying to say? Toxic is a Jesuit priest. Toxic is a what? Let's see here. Play Ket Croc Sega Genesis online. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to play it online. Let's see here. Where's the K? K. Where is Kekrok? Is it really as bad as some people claim it is? All right. I think I found an online emulator. This is probably not the original Kekrok. But I want to see what it's like, bro. Angry German Kids Story Mode. Sailor Moon Basics. Garfief Guide to a Great Lasagna Remastered. Clash of the Multiverse. Rock Around the Croc. It won't let me say it, haha. That Potch Susan mogged me. Damn. Skid Row Explain. What is that, dude? Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to play it. What is this shit? Lady Emily.
This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Get a full year of CuriosityStream as well as my streaming service Nebula by...
Sounds like a tranny.
You know, the thing is... And for about 2 years, that was it. These were just 2 shorts James made, and then he moved on. But James' friends who saw these thought they were hilarious, and one of them eventually pressured James into uploading them to YouTube, still a really new site at that time, while also creating another short, this time covering the game The Karate Kid. At the time, the channel was called James Nintendo Nerd, and the series was called The Angry Nintendo Nerd Trilogy. But then these videos blew up and went incredibly viral. People started sharing them around, quoting them, imitating them, and just in general seemed invested in seeing more. And so James kept making more, and they got more elaborate, and he started doing skits, and he started doing narratives, and getting into gaming history, and videos started having higher production values, more effects, and it just became a whole thing. Eventually he changed the name to The Angry Video Game Nerd, both so that he could avoid potential legal issues by using the brand name Nintendo, and also so he could get away with covering other game systems. The James Nintendo Nerd channel eventually changed its name to Angry Video Game Nerd, and then later on changed its name to Cinemassacre, the name of Rolf's production company. He eventually would partner with companies like Game Trailer and Screw Attack to release and show new episodes of AVGN. AVGN's popularity cannot be overstated. People were so into this thing that he has been able to keep going for 200 episodes so far. The main channel has 3.5 million subscribers. He basically created the whole video genre of angry guy gets mad at video games, which led to the creation of Nostalgia Critic, which led to the creation of Channel Awesome, which led to the creation of the video essay genre, which has led you directly here. Now, watching this video, I would probably not have a job if not for James Rolfe. In a lot of respects, it can be hard to understand exactly what made AVGN become so popular. I mean, we live in the stage of the internet that's considered post-Angry Critic, where this style of video is so routinely mocked and more casual and low-key internet reviewers have taken prominence. But, you know, it wasn't always like this. First and foremost, in my opinion, a lot of what was popular in the pre-Twitter internet, and arguably still today, was content that you generally wouldn't find via traditional media outlets. The AVGN fulfilled a specific niche that you wouldn't see on normal television because of its heavy focus on old and retro gaming content, its heavy mockery and references to pop culture, as well as its hardcore vulgarity. It made the series stand out versus things like X-Play or other gaming content. If I had to think of any point of comparison, the closest equivalent I can think of is actually Clerks. Much like Clerks, early AVGN benefited from being a low-budget independent production trying to capture a certain subset of emotions and feelings that the average young 20-something could relate to, while also featuring a fuck ton of swear words and dark, gross humor scripted out with the same purposeful precision as a Shakespearean monologue. Though, of course, Clerks was meant to represent the emotions of working in a dead-end job you hate, while AVGN was meant to represent the emotions of being incredibly frustrated at a video game you played. It was really the perfect time for something like this to come out too. Back in 2006, covering NES games was bound to divide your fan base into two categories. Either people who were around for the NES era as kids who were nostalgic for that time and the memories and frustrations that came with it, or younger people who were born after then and enjoy learning about a moment in video gaming they weren't aware of before. If you want a modern-day equivalent of this, think about how Scott the Woz covers a lot of Wii games, and think about the existential horror of the fact that the Wii is as old now as the NES was when James started doing his videos. James is by far not the first person to cover video games online, and definitely not the first person to do the whole angry, caustic critic angle. Just from the top of my head, there's Agony Booth and Sean Baby. But what he brought was a sense of production and presentation and enough professionalism to make it work. In an era where we were just starting to get an internet where anyone could upload videos, the angry video game nerd being something that did things like have quality audio and multiple camera angles and had properly captured game footage and wasn't edited in Windows Movie Maker made it stand out. Yeah, it was never a high budget affair, and James never even tried to hide that this was anything other than him in his room with maybe some friends in Halloween costumes showing up. But the fact that he knew the basics of filmmaking made him really, really above his peers, even once copycats began showing up. And for all the backlash this style of angry reviewing gets, the whole I'm an angry critic and this thing is poppy dog shit shtick, it actually does work really well here. If anything, because it's clear that at every point of the way, James is playing this character tongue-in-cheek. I know oftentimes, especially around this era, you'd see people say inflammatory or dumb things in their videos, and then they'd counter by saying, no, that wasn't me saying it, I'm playing a character. See? But I feel like James is one of the few cases where that's true and it's always felt true. Not just because non-nerd videos made it clear that James was just an overwhelmingly mellow guy, but because the nerd was so absurd out there in his rhetoric and actions that it was clear that Rolfe intended for the statements to be punchlines rather than definitive statements of holier-than-thou opinions. Like, I sincerely doubt he wrote in a scene where he shits on Bugs Bunny's face with the intention to get his true feelings out there. It's all a punchline, highlighted to the most over-the-top absurdity. And while the nerd being an angry, screaming shouter is a popular perception, I think one of the things that stands out is how some of the funniest lines are delivered in this honestly impressively casual manner. Like this line from his NES Accessories video has stuck with me for over a decade.
Cats and dogs would piss and shit on it. In fact, just thinking about it makes me feel like having an anal evacuation.
And sometimes the jokes don't even need to be vulgar. Like this one from the same video has also stuck with me for some reason just because of the sheer delight Rolfe puts in his delivery.
I'm drinking Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. Rollin' Rock, Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker.
God, I love the NES Accessory video. It's my favorite episode. And I think that's the main takeaway I've gotten from going back through these old videos. As I started watching, I expected to find them maybe a bit cringe or poorly aged or not funny, but no, I still like these. Like, they're not perfect, and there's episodes I like more than others, but that was always true. They're these easily digestible videos that somehow balance fun, casual insights into video games and this weird, vulgar, funny character. This could just be nostalgia talking. I could totally understand someone trying to watch these now and just not clicking with it, but I don't know. For me, a lot of the AVGN catalog has aged pretty well. I think something that's really interesting to think about is that while there is a very clear through line between the angry video game nerd and the modern video essay, when you actually break it down, I'd argue a basic AVGN episode bears more resemblance to what we now think of as a Let's Play. The majority of nerd episodes, especially early on, focused on the process of playing the game rather than a history lesson or grand thesis about the game as a whole. You might think this makes the experience more shallow compared to other long-form videos, and maybe you're right, but I think it's a different type of appeal. The goal here is to simulate what it's like to play the game, and most of these early videos accomplish that goal. The early years of the AVGN went basically without much controversy or anything really worth talking about. That's not to say there was never any backlash or criticism or drama or anything like that. Dare I say the nerd has always had some form of criticism, but it was more generic. Stuff like people being upset when he moved to game trailers or Screw Attack, people upset about the sometimes slow upload rate, people upset that James was featuring more of his friends like Mike Matei.
Yeah, I always wanted to play some of those old Nintendo games. Oh, and Rick Perry, I found out who Lewis Gardner was. Lewis Gardner, who was, I found out that the Wicca religion started in England, and there was a whole bunch of occult practices that happened in Great Britain and stuff, bro. I wouldn't mind playing some of those really bad old Nintendo games myself, boo. Yes, myself, boo. Yes, sir.
And Kyle Justin on the show, and accusations that the series had jumped the shark wasn't as good as it once was. But all of these complaints are, well, fairly standard. Like, it's the sort of thing any creator with a wide enough fan base and enough time is going to deal with. And more than that, they were generally very scattered opinions. Like, there wasn't a centralized moment of backlash or hub for anti-AVGN opinions or anything like that. So while it's worth noting, there's not much here worth going in depth about because a lot of it didn't go much deeper than, I don't like that he didn't properly review the Atari 5200 and stuff like that. If anything, this era for the nerd is more defined by the drama involving other people rather than James himself. Things like the nostalgia critic starting up and the publicized quote-quote feud that came from it, and, well, the irate gamer, which is a long story. Basically, there was this guy named Chris Bors, who is actually my friend on Facebook for some reason, who decided to start off his own enraged video game review show called The Irate Gamer. Beyond the premise being similar to AVGN, Bors also directly lifted jokes from AVGN episodes and would sometimes cover the exact same games. This was a whole big piece of drama because if there's one thing the internet always universally hates, it's plagiarism. And why, yes, this is foreshadowing. Anyway, Chris emailed James to say that he was a big fan and that he might have accidentally used some of James's jokes in his videos. Said email will be leaked online, which only fueled the rivalry between the two creators' fan base even more. Additional stuff happened that honestly could take up its whole own video, but by now Bors has seemingly settled into his own corner of the internet, and he and James have settled whatever beef there might have been between them, with James actually guest starring as the nerd in an Irate Gamer episode. But besides that, Cinemassacre was running mainly drama and conflict-free. The success of AVGN led to James being able to do other projects, such as his horror movie marathon series, Monster Madness, his short-form rant series, You Know It's Bullshit, and his board game narrative review series, Board James, which is, in my opinion, the best thing James has ever done. If I had to define the first moment where things started to change, though, it would have to be the Angry Video Game Nerd movie. James Rolfe always had ambitions of being a filmmaker. It was what he set out to do. It's what he went to school for. So it only makes sense that as soon as the AVGN took off, he would begin trying to figure out a way to translate the nerd into the film format. After all, the popularity of the nerd would be a good way to realize his filmmaking dreams, because it's easier to gain interest in a product that people are already interested in. The Angry Video Game Nerd movie was formally announced to the world in September of 2010. When James put out a video explaining that his slowed down video release schedule, it was because he was working on finally putting together the movie. After years and years of production, the AVGN movie finally came out in 2014. I won't spend too much time talking about the movie or the production of it for a variety of reasons. One, there's so much stuff about the production, promotion, release, and state of the finished film itself that one could easily spend an entire video focusing solely on it. Two, I want to keep this video focused primarily on ways in which the Cinemassacre brand as a whole has suffered backlash and the stepping stones that led there, meaning focusing primarily on the main channel and content that people have seen. But perhaps more importantly, three, I started watching the movie and disliked it so much that I couldn't finish it, and I decided that the only way I would devote more of my time to it is if people actively paid me money for the purpose of getting me to do so. By that I mean join my Patreon and message me saying do the AVGN movie, then I might consider it. It was just not something I could tolerate much of. I guess the main points that I want to get at here is that the movie was a big turning point, both in the audience and in James as a creator. Making a movie is a lot of hard work. It requires a lot of money, commitment, energy, and time. There were a lot of things done to make up for this. For example, since the usual Hollywood investors weren't willing to fund the film, James took to Indiegogo and crowdfunded it. This was actually surprisingly controversial at the time. Like, this was back in 2011, right as crowdfunding was beginning to catch on, and other internet personalities were making movies, but they were like channel awesome anniversary films made with this basic equipment and virtually no budget. So there were some people wondering why James didn't just fund the movie himself and why he was relying on fans to do it. And the answer is because, like, he needed to. Movies cost a lot of money, and it's fine to crowdfund to help make them. Obviously, crowdfunding won the battle, not just for James, but also just in our general culture. The AVGN movie managed to raise $325,000, way more than its initial goal of $75,000. But similar discourse would happen again when the film eventually came out, and unless you paid for it as part of the campaign, it cost $10 to rent on Vimeo. With discussions happening over whether or not James should have put it out for free, considering the AVGN is a free product, and also the fact that the film was fan-funded and should thus be accessible to be viewed by the fans. Once again, though, this basically died down because, like, yeah, it's fine to charge money for your work, but it did start sowing the seeds for what was to come. Then there's how the film's production affected James and his work, because, like I said earlier, films are a lot of work, and it's understandable that his usual workflow would have to be adjusted in order to accommodate for it. For example, before James started working on the film, he had a strict 2 AVGN video per month release schedule. That's not really all that practical in the grand scheme of things, especially when he's also spending a lot of time trying to get the film done. So not only did he scale down his release output, but he also bulk filmed a bunch of AVGN episodes and aired them throughout 2012 and 2013. This was basically universally seen as a bad period for AVGN videos. It's hard to pinpoint exactly why, but they just sort of felt like they were sleepwalking. That's the best word that comes to mind, at least. They were repetitive, basic, relied on a lot of standard nerd tropes, and didn't seem to have the same time and attention put into them as previous ones did. Things eventually turned around, and the post-movie AVGN episodes were generally regarded as good, with some of my favorites coming from that era at least. But it definitely left a mark, as that was around the time that you really started seeing comments debating over whether or not the nerd should retire. That was going to be a dominant conversation for a while.
Okay.
Not just for the fan base, but seemingly for James.
I had to go do some stuff. I do apologize. It's not even Cecil. This is fucked. Cecil McFly might not be a dude, but he sure looks like one. LOL. Ugh. All right, so I got me some food-oo-roo. I got me some food. Walmart meal. Open this up. There. So yeah, I got some food here that I'm going to eat. So if y'all don't mind, Warhammer, would you stomp Flamenco? I don't really know who Flamenco actually is.
As well. At this point in time, he had done over 100 episodes of AVGN. The 100th episode seemed like it could have been setting up for a finale, but it wasn't. Then the movie came out, and it seemed like it would have been a good finale, and then it wasn't. Then in 2016, a 10th anniversary episode reviewing Mega Man came out, and seemed like it could be a finale, and then it wasn't. There were these constant signs of James wanting to give the nerd closure, but never seeming to fully commit to it. What didn't help is that this was also around the time that Doug Walker's then retirement from Nostalgia Critic was still fresh in people's minds. So the question of whether or not online reviewers could theoretically step.
Who is Mike Matai?
Mike Matai is a longtime friend of James Rolfe. The two met in college and maintained a close relationship, both as friends and also co-workers. Mike was an instrumental part in the early legacy of the Angry Video Game Nerd. He was the one who originally convinced James to upload and produce more AVGN videos. He's the one who created the original James Nintendo Nerd channel. He did the title card artwork for the first 100 episodes. If there was a character that appeared in the show, chances are they were played by Mike. He would co-write the scripts, helped edit the videos, and it turns out some of the gameplay footage used in them was actually his footage. Mike Matai is an important person in the history of the Angry Video Game Nerd and Cinemassacre as a whole, and he is one of the most divisive figures in the fan base. Here's the thing. The thing that made James really notable as an online internet creator was that despite being a guy who reviewed video games online, he didn't really have the presence of an online gamer guy. And the thing is that Mike has more of an internet presence. Mike was more vocal about his opinions. Mike was more invested in playing games and critiquing and making content about them. Mike was more invested in interacting with fans, both positively and negatively. So because of all of this, it made a lot of sense for Mike to be in charge of a lot more of the side content, as well as more of the social media and public relations side of Cinemassacre. It's clearly stuff he's more inclined to do compared to James, and that worked, kind of. See, there had already been sort of mixed views and small bits of drama with Mike before. Remember I said earlier that Chris Bohr's Irate Gamer plagiarism email to James Rolfe got leaked online? Yeah, that was because Mike leaked it. He was really upset that the Irate Gamer videos kept copying the nerds, so he decided to post the private email on the forums in order to do something, I guess. That was just sort of the person Mike was. Just very incendiary is the word I'd use.
You got any bolt energies throwing? He didn't even come close to doing that last time. What the fuck is this fucking cheap fucking shit?
For a while, though, it wasn't too bad, primarily because Mike's role was mostly either behind the scenes or in a variety of makeup and costumes. The one time he did get to do a lot of on-camera stuff as a normal person was in Board James, when he played a character named Motherfucker Mike, literally playing off of how much of a motherfucker Mike could be. This all really changed around 2011, though, as James spent more and more of his time working on the film. More solo Mike content began to be posted on the main Cinemassacre channel. His first vid, a short guide on how you can glitch your way over the flagpole in Super Mario Bros. 1, was a surprising viral hit, and he continued to make his own stuff, be it more glitch videos, top 10 lists, or reviews of more obscure games. He also had his second solo viral hit with the video Minecraft with Gadget, a video that has been transformed countless times in a number of YTPs and song remixes, and is notable for being a video so unfunny that it's actually one of the funniest videos I've seen, and I can recite the entire thing.
Because they like to build brown bricks with Minecraft. I also like to build brown bricks with Minecraft. It's the most fun you can possibly have.
The non-infamously bad Mike stuff did have its own set of fans, but also its own set of detractors. On a basic level, you had some just upset that there was James-less content being uploaded on the Cinemassacre channel, especially once there seemed to be more Mike stuff coming out than James stuff. But you also had people who just didn't really care for Mike, especially not after seeing more of him. There was the creation of James and Mike Mondays, a Let's Play series in which James and Mike played games on Mondays. I'd honestly say it was a pretty good series. It's overall pretty chill. If most two-person Let's Play series are supposed to simulate a playing games with your best friend dynamic, then James and Mike Monday showcases the vibe of when you and your best friend are just chilling during the day and playing a video game together. Not over the top, not really hyperactive or angry, just sort of going through and making small talk and trying your best to beat a game someone brought over. I don't know, it has a certain appeal. It was quality Mike content, at least. Then more and more actual controversial moments started happening. In no particular timeline order, there was the time that he streamed Super Mario Bros. On the main channel while being pissed drunk, and ended up deleting the stream afterwards, and now that stream is officially classified on the Lost Media Wiki as Lost Media. There were times in which he'd use the official Cinemassacre Tumblr to tweet out details about himself having sex, such as the post, 2 hours of doggy style and going again, load was fucking huge, smiley face emoji, Mike. But this all pales in comparison to the Reddit drama. Like most popular...
Hey, Shaggy. Hey, Shaggy. I'm eating, bro. Solid food, bro. I'm eating solid food. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Shaggy. The first person to get monetized on YouTube was a guy copying AVGN. Flamenco History X. Who is Flamenco anyways? Big Dad Giga Chad keeps saying or comparing me to this guy. I don't really know that much about Flamenco. Flamenco TV. Is this the guy? I don't know that much about flamenco. Don't type that, bro. Oh, oh, oh no.
I'm just a 13-year-old submissive butt buddy, Lou.
I do want to forewarn you guys. What we're going to be talking about gets far into like really gross shit. All right. So those of you with weak constitutions might want to leave now. This is your one and only warning, because once we pop, the fun don't stop. So I was hanging out in the chats of a small YouTuber that we're going to be covering today, and I happened to catch them while they were live on stream, and I asked them if they could say something for chat. Now, apparently this VTuber's name is Tana or Tana. I'm not entirely sure. She's entirely Japanese, so I have no clue what her actual name is. But she has a special message for you, chat.
Also, can you say hello? Hello, chat. Be quiet.
This is gay.
Be quiet. The Raji Pig. Raji Pig. Lazy Pig.
So, who is this VTuber and why is she the subject of a little bit of a interesting thing today? A lot of people have been talking about
This is fucking gay, bro.
Basically, this sort of stuff. So, KurirenG, VTuber Cringe, tweeted out this. A VTuber has allegedly staped her vagina shut. By the way, I've seen the actual image, and she totally did. Luckily, though, if you do go out and look for it, it's just like kind of illicit because it's the genitals or whatever. Honestly, there's no blood or anything. It's really not as bad as it could be. So this is the tweet that she made, and there we go with that one. And then the above is the first failure. I took a picture together because it was a big deal. People asking her, what did you use to do it? She then types in, please do it at your own risk. Sweaty emoji, which in these sorts of circles can mean a great many things, if you know what I mean. Here you will. Corey Gun Tracker 3-in-1 powerful hand trucker staple gun 3000 replacement needle with removal for woodworking, decorative furniture interior fixed wallpaper, leather sheet repair, which maybe that's the reason why she got this one specifically, wood backing compatible with Japanese instruction manual. This extremely thirsty lad says, do you want to be my GF? And she just simply replies, sorry, because I'm a VTuber, excuse me. Now, we're going to get into more gross out territory because it gets worse. What else has this VTuber done? She has put razors and tacks inside of her vagina, shot BBs inside of her vagina, had edible bugs inside of her vagina, then masturbated, then ate the bugs, made herself OD twice, then documented it. This part right here genuinely makes me really, really sad. I hope that she doesn't do stuff like this anymore. I really don't want people like doing things that'll put them in danger. Don't do this. Don't do this. 8 lighted cigarettes. She has video, image, and audio recordings of these events. What the fuck? Now, the VTuber board, specifically people who are active users of /meat, are not very happy about this, but for specific reasons. Wakes up, checks Twitter. Meat? What the fuck did you do? What? Bruh. Now, the original, like, staple image has been taken down. Although, it wasn't taken down for, like, any specific reason other than this, apparently. Original tweet is gone because she will compile an in-depth review of her on her Riona website alongside her previous experiments like razors in her vagina. Holy shit.
Oh. Damn, this is like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you watching a pedo, bro? Cursed. Oh, dude. That is disgusting, bro. What the fuck? What in the world do these kids do these days, bro? Flamenco History X. Well, I see a documentary about flamenco, 8 minutes. History of flamenco, the history of flamenco trailer. How does Surfer know about flamenco, though? Like, what the fuck? The dance, LOL. Oh, you want to watch it, bro? Dude, that was cringe as fuck, bro. She ate lighted cigarettes and she sewed up or stapled up her vagina. That's gotta really hurt, bro. She fucking stapled her vagina. How could you be alive and do something like that? Putting razors in her vagina. How in the fuck can you be alive and do something like that?
Tuesday, February 3rd, 1846. Notwithstanding that I had announced that we would not attend to the administration of the ordinances, the house of the Lord was thronged all day, the anxiety being so great to receive, as if the brethren would have us stay here and continue the endowments until our way would be hedged up and our enemies would intercept us.
It is, bro. That's some fucking antichrist behavior shit right there. No. The dance.
Brothers and sisters, this is not wise. To remain here may put our very lives in danger. We will yet build more temples and have further opportunities to receive the blessings of the Lord. In this temple we have been abundantly rewarded. If we receive no more,
Der Heliond. Who the hell is this guy? Lauren Southern. Ugh, that woman is fucking cringe as fuck. I think that Lauren Southern is an attention whore. Is monkeypox a gay disease? That's an interesting perspective.
The ape flu, COVID-2, chimpanzee boogaloo, whatever you want to call it, monkeypox has dropped onto our lives faster than the pants of a San Francisco man propositioned by leather daddies. So how have we got here? How has a disease known for sporadic outbursts in West Africa suddenly spread across the globe and been determined as a public health emergency by the World Health Organization? Well, let's wind back the clock a few months. Cases were first noticed in the United Kingdom and Western European countries, with a few having recently traveled to Africa, as would be expected for monkeypox. However, the other cases were found within gay or bisexual men who hadn't left the country, leading the British health authorities to conclude that it was spreading in sexual networks. That turned out to be an understatement. Just in time for Gay Pride Month, cases were being tracked across Europe and America, with the super spreader events not being gatherings of you and your best friend sitting at home with a couple of beers, but instead gay saunas and anonymous sex raves. The stats came in, and according to both the first study done on monkeypox from the New England Journal of Medicine and the World Health Organization, 98% of people who tested positive in 16 different countries were men who had sex with men. I can already hear the keyboard warriors getting ready to screech, "Homophobe! How dare I repeat such bigoted statistics?" This is obviously just because gay men are being tested more. There must be an explanation, right? Sorry, libtard, but I have got the facts and logic to back this one up even more. But before we get into the real data on this wonderful gift from Africa and our alphabet friends, I wanted to say a quick thank you to our wonderful sponsor, Noble Gold. Gas is at $7 a gallon. A 10-year-old Honda Civic will set you back $20,000, and rent is $2,000 a month. Welcome to 8.6% inflation, and it doesn't look like it's getting better anytime soon. So what can you do? You can try trading stocks or buy mutual funds, but returns are sinking fast. You have to make at least 10% with charges just to break even. And if you're looking at retiring comfortably, this isn't even an option. But luckily, there are options like gold IRAs. Perhaps you haven't heard much about them though. That's why Noble Gold has a team of experts you can speak to right now that can guide you to financial safety again. And if you're quick, they're giving away an incredible American Eagle gold-proof coin with every qualified gay man or some other bapinist individual. And 99% of the time, they got it after attending some sort of public gay sex orgy, like Sebastian Cohn, a division director at George Soros Open Society Foundations, who caught it after attending New York Pride Weekend, or this rather sane individual who guzzled the urine of 15 different men at a piss party and shockingly got monkeypox. In fact, this is something that basically everyone admits. They know the gay community are especially susceptible to catching schlong COVID, as Tucker Carlson so eloquently put it. Dr. Ashish Jha, a White House medical advisor, said that it was very clear at this point that the community most affected is the LGBTQ community. This is one of the reasons why I said we've been deeply engaged with them. The vaccine is also only being given by a number of states, including New York, not just to gay men, but only gay men who have had multiple sexual partners within the last 2 weeks. If you're a gay man who isn't going around getting your butt spanked by men in weird leather costumes, you probably won't catch it for some strange reason. Absolutely inexplicable. Can't figure it out. And yet, I don't like to make direct comparisons to 1984 because it's rather cliche, but we are seeing a lot of doublethink on this issue right now. When dealing with many progressives about this topic, you must contend with the idea that monkeypox is simultaneously a disease only being spread in gay sexual networks and the vaccine only offered to promiscuous gay men, but you can't make the link to those gay orgies and monkeypox or you're a bigot. If you think I'm kidding about this, a perfect example just happened last week on Fox News where they had a panel debating the issue. Conservative commentator Ned Ryan offered up some pretty good advice as to how to not catch monkeypox. Simply put, don't attend gay orgies.
As for monkeypox, I think there's a pretty good rule in life. Don't attend gay orgies. When you look at the New England Journal's report of the 520 orgies that are reviewed,
Ned, come on, man.
It's not about gay. How about not any orgies?
Go look at the New England Journal's report that NBC News reported on Friday, in which of the 528 cases they reviewed, 95% were sex between men. I think we actually have to have a serious conversation about where this is coming from. When I'm done, Brad, you can talk. Instead of going crazy and declaring a national pandemic when 3,000 people have it right now, it's insane.
I don't know, man. You don't have to be gay to get monkeypox, and you don't have to be bigoted when you talk about treating something that is that easily spread.
It's not bigoted.
Yeah, it is.
This is science, Kennedy. 95% of the cases from the New England
You know
Journal.
what? I'm going to let Brad respond. Okay, I'm going to let Brad respond because, Brad, we have 372 doses. The United States, in Denmark, where the smallpox, monkeypox vaccine is manufactured, they were ready to go, but because this has been an issue for more men in the gay community, it seems like...
I've heard that Catboy Cammy Yeah, I don't know what a degree of biracial marriage is either. That was on Stoic Stream, actually. How can I delete my own? Hold on a second. I can't delete my own posts, but yeah, I don't know what a degree of biracial marriage is. It was on Reformed Stoics last podcast.
Online media things, Cinemassacre and AVGN has a presence on Reddit. Makes sense. Reddit, especially earlier in its life, was a very gamer-dominated website, so of course it would have a large form of people talking about a gaming-related personality. A few subreddits popped up, but the main one that gained any traction was simply the Cinemassacre. And what's notable is that the main mod there was Mike. And in general, there was a lot of frustration about his modding style. People frustrated with the state of post-movie AVGN would often have their negative comments deleted. People asking about Bootsy, a frequent Cinemassacre collaborator who suddenly stopped appearing in videos, would have their comments get deleted. People who asked about the Drunk Mario livestream would have their comments be deleted. There seemed to be an active attempt to avoid any sort of negative discussion or talk of controversy in the main subreddit. And then things take a turn for the weird, and I can't really show anything on screen for this part. So I'm just going to put up a picture of a tape measure and zoom into it really, really slowly. Okay? Okay, so there was this running gag going around the fandom about the size of Mike Matei's junk. This was mainly based on the way Mike's shorts would crinkle up in certain photos and footage in order to make it appear that, yeah, it was a joke that would get passed around and shared and people would laugh at. Eager Raptor from Game Grumps would even reference the joke about Mike having a 10-incher on an episode of Steam Train. It was just a light gag until one day, Mike Matei, in an attempt to stop the speculation, decided to use the official Cinemassacre Reddit account to post a picture on the official Cinemassacre subreddit of a dick next to a tape measurer, and then use the official Cinemassacre Twitter account to tweet it out as well. Yes, I've seen the photo. The weird thing about it is that, like, the tape measurer is actually farther away from the camera, so it's using a forced perspective Lord of the Rings style to make it...
Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. So, Mike Matei posted a picture of his dick and a picture of a measuring stick showing how long his dick was on the official website and the official Twitter page.
Look like it's bigger than it actually is, which I'm not sure if that was deliberately part of the joke. Also, in 2020, people discovered that the picture was actually posted on the internet before Mike posted it there. So, more than likely, he just pulled this photo from somewhere else. In the immediate aftermath, the posts were all deleted, but so was anything bringing up the post at all. There were no explanations given for the pictures, either from Mike or other mods, and no immediate statement or acknowledgement was made. The frustration over Mike Matei deleting any messages about him posting a dick pic led to the creation of the Cinemassacre Truth, an offshoot subreddit with 15,000 current members where people could openly discuss the controversy going on and to the hub of the Cinemassacre backlash that the change.
Okay, so it wasn't his real actual penis that he posted. It was some other thing that he found online and claimed that it was his. And it led to people creating the Cinema Massacre Truth subreddit board.
It's currently undergoing. Yes, the reason we're all here today is because of a dick pic. The Cinemassacre Truth paved the way for about the sort of thing you can expect when you have a subreddit branch off because of disagreements over the original sub's moderation. Warfare. There was a passionate drive to chronicle everything Mike had been doing wrong, as well as uncover anything that they didn't know about. Does it have some more pretty bad info about Mike got unveiled, ranging from asshole-ish stuff like him commissioning an old woman to make a Klingon costume and then never paying her, him using an alt account to trash talk other reviewers, as well as argue with people online asking about the tape measure situation, and perhaps most infamously, uncovered a series of incredibly racist comics Mike made in college called The Local Bandito that was full of basically every tasteless thing and racial slur you could possibly imagine. I wish I could say that there was any sort of closure to that whole arc, but there really wasn't. Mike released a statement in order to help calm down some of it, but it really only addressed
Loco Bandito. The Loco Bandito.
It's the late
I remember that.
Minecraft with Gadget, and vaguely talks about whatever happened with Bootsy. Notably absent from this post is any mention of the tape measure situation or the Loco Bandito. It didn't really satisfy anyone, and there was a push to continue to get more answers, to get James to acknowledge it, and to even get Mike removed from Cinemassacre. But none of that happened. Nothing else came out of it, and instead Mike continued to work for Cinemassacre for years until he quit in December of 2020 to focus on his streaming career. A weirdly low-key end to an important and incendiary figure in AVGN history. What wasn't low-key, however, was the Cinemassacre truth, because even though the drama with Mike might have calmed down, there was a new challenger on the horizon that would become the subreddit's primary focus and enemy.
Screen Wave.
One of the big changes that happened in 2014 was the essential shutdown of both Game Trailers and Screw Attack, the previous networks that AVGN was distributed on. Game Trailers was acquired by Define Media, who would then shut it down years later because of their own issues, which is too much to go over now. Meanwhile, Screw Attack was acquired by Rooster Teeth and essentially rebranded into a company that only puts out death battle videos. This left AVGN without a distributor and forced the series to make its primary home YouTube again. It was around this time, either 2014 or 2015, that Cinemassacre partnered up and joined Screenwave Media, a multi-channel network founded by Ryan, who had been assisting Cinemassacre for a few years at that point. For those of you who don't know, a multi-channel network, abbreviated as an MCN, is essentially a company that handles multiple channels and is designed to assist and manage them in business or creative matters, though primarily business.
All right, so I didn't know that about Mike Matei.
Like it has been lower on the priority list.
Dude.
Brad.
Yeah, look, Ned is right. He says that
an entire subreddit was created, or an entire alternative free media forum was made because of censorship over a dick pic. That is incredible. Holy shit, dude. Ben Shapiro and personal responsibility. Nano machines, son. Nano machines, son.
This video is sponsored by Atlas VPN. Imagine you're back in kindergarten, playing in the sandbox with other children. Each of you have your own permanent allotted space inside the sandbox to do anything you want. One day, the kindergarten teacher announces a sandcastle building competition. You have 1 hour to build it, and to get a prize, the sandcastle has to be taller than 1 meter. The clock starts.
Let's just get over to the good stuff. Liberal hypocrisy is fueling American inequality.
Anything or anyone else. You are personally responsible for your sandcastle not reaching 1 meter. But what if, as you were building a sandcastle, another child kicked it over and you had to start again? Because of that, you couldn't build it tall enough in time and didn't get the prize. Are you personally responsible then? Most people would say no. So these are some clear-cut examples, but life is rarely that simple. Turns out the sand inside the sandbox is not homogeneous. In some areas there is lots of cool, wet, sticky sand, perfect for building. Other areas have less, some barely any. What if your allotted space has very little sand? Is it your fault that if you can complete the task in time? Not really, right? Obviously, the kindergarten teacher should have made sure that all kids have more equal amounts of sand to build with before announcing the competition. Or at the very least, there shouldn't be any gross differences. They could have dug up the sandbox a bit, mix it up a bit, so the quality is more even. But if they did, parents of the children with lots of sand might come in the next day screaming, saying how nobody can redistribute any of their children's sand because it was them, the parents, who carried it there in buckets, and their parents before them, and so on, so their child can build the tallest, best-looking sandcastle now. They've built up all that generational sand, and nobody has the right to take any of it. But if those are completely unaffordable for most children, they have to rent the playset, meaning they can only fill the
Ben Shapiro looks like a soy boy. Like Ben Shapiro.
Insufficient, and then it must be societal change.
Holy shit,
that creates
dude.
individual change. You're a threat.
He looks even more soy than Nick
Because you're
Fuentes.
telling people, well, you know, the systems can certainly get better, but the main threat to you is you, and that is a deeply threatening message to people. And if people find fulfillment in that message,
Shut the fuck up, you stupid fag. Just shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiot. Dude, you sound even less based than Nick Fuentes. Holy fucking shit, dude. And that's saying a lot. I think that this is a tranny. I think that this channel belongs to a tranny. It kind of sounds like a guy that's pretending to have a woman's voice. So I'm thinking it's a tranny. Tranny busting here. Going on another stream, another random stream at tranny busting. But something tells me that Lady Emily is a chick with a dick. That's what my natural instincts are telling me. She ain't a real chick. She ain't got a vag. Lady Emily doesn't have a vagina. She's got a dick. What the hell are you doing, Bronx? Oh, look, it's Dwight Schrute. Bronx Beats. Bronx Beats. What are you doing, Bronx Beats? Bronx Beats. Dude, I want to do some freaking rapping. Dude, I want to do some fucking freestyles. Good Beats 2020.
Step in the kitchen, go.
Okay. I'll just reuse this. Fuck it. Fuck it, bro. This is the free life. The freestyle life. Free life that you find in no fantasy. It's the free life, free world, but no philosophy. But Little Shimmy's just digging it, digging it. Little Shimmy's bringing the gold, the gold. This is Little Shimmy's hour, always on the top tower. Better be really feels in. You ready for this shit, motherfucker? This is Little Shimmy. Get in the beats, motherfucker. You ain't got no perceptions, but you can't feel Z. Inexplicitly, Little Shimmy's top hour high on the wigger, bitch. Motherfucking can't handle this. You can't handle this track, even if you could hold it. You don't hold no record to Little Shimmy, dog. Ain't gonna handle it. Just be remixing it. You just can't handle the Little Shimmy. The The real little shimmy can't be perceiving it. You just can't be handling it, just can't be perceiving it. Little shimmy, top dog, always be perspective like a real freaking rapper. This is little shimmy hour, bitch. You better be ready for it. Motherfuckers. Spreading monkeypox out there. It's a gay fucking orgy. Gay pox orgy, bitch. But that's how little shimmy rolls, motherfucker. I shoot gays with a shotgun like a real motherfucker. Batting down fucking queers. Preventing the spread of the killing virus. Because that's how little shimmy fucking rolls in the crib hood. Little shimmy rolls in the crib hood. Beating up some fucking queers with fucking ice picks and baseball clubs and shit, nigga. Dude, 4chan did not change society. 4chan is not that relevant. Is he still talking about the same shit?
Window. And the day of the funeral, she was in the bathroom and it fogged up and she could see that little angel's heart. You know how little likely, and she said that without cracking. In fact, all the facial muscles on her face while talking of that story and signing the cat.
Boring as fuck, dude. I'm still breathing. Could somebody put an IV in my arm? Yeah. Put an IV in my arm. Where does yoga actually come from, actually? I am curious about where yoga actually does come from. Homer's enemy. Oh, dude. Homer eating a donut. The classic Homer Simpson eating a donut, dude. Yeah. Excuse me. Books in the Catholic canon. The Epiphany of Pepe. The Epiphany of Lord Pepe. The Epiphany of Lord Pepe. Yes. Come on.
we know which books are supposed to be in the Bible and which books should not be in the Bible? This is a perennial question. It's a major debate between Catholics and Protestants. And as you know, the Catholic Church has 7 books more than the Protestant. It also has additions to Esther and Daniel, as we'll see in just a moment. So we're going to look at the history of the canon and make a defense for why we include those 7 books in our Catholic canon of the Bible. So the 7 deuterocanonical books that are in the Catholic Bible but not in the Protestant Bible are these: Tobit, Judith, 1st and 2nd Maccabees, Wisdom of Solomon, Wisdom of Sirach, which is sometimes called Ecclesiasticus, Baruch, including the letter of Jeremiah, and then there are some wider additions to Esther and Daniel. Notably in Daniel, you have the prayer of Azariah and the Song of the 3 Children, Susanna, and the story of Bel and the dragon. So these 7 books are accepted by the Catholic Church and by the Orthodox Church, but they've been rejected since the 1500s by Martin Luther. Why the discrepancy? Part of it goes back to the Jewish understanding of what the canon is. Josephus, writing back in the 1st century, says that there are 22 books in the Hebrew Bible because there are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. Let's look at that Jewish arrangement. The Hebrew Bible has, to this day, 24 books, and not actually 22 like Josephus states. No one can really figure out what those 2 extra books are, but the 24 that are received today are Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. No surprises there. Joshua, Judges, Samuel, so 1st and 2nd Samuel are rendered as one book, Kings rendered together, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and then what they do is they take the 12 minor prophets and squeeze all those together into one book. That's how their count gets a lot lower. Then there are 11 books of the writings, that is the Psalms, Proverbs, Job, Canticle of Canticles, Ruth, Lamentations, Ecclesiastes, Esther, Daniel, Ezra, which, as we saw in the previous video, includes Ezra and Nehemiah, and the book of Chronicles, which includes 1st and 2nd Chronicles. So Josephus says 22, modern Jews say 24, and it's not quite sure which books Josephus was not including. Some people say he excluded Esther, or he excluded Daniel, or perhaps that Ruth was included into Judges. We don't really know, since he doesn't leave us a list. What we do know is that the Dead Sea Scrolls and current discoveries reveal that there was no agreed upon canon by the Jews as late as the 1st century. That's right. There was no canon. The only agreed part of the canon was the Torah, the first 5 books, Genesis through Deuteronomy. And to these, the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Samaritans, and the Essenes, they all agreed only on those first 5 books. Most of you have heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls and maybe even of the Essenes. The Essenes were a Jewish ascetical movement, almost like a monastic movement, and they left behind many, many manuscripts. And in those manuscripts, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we find multiple versions of books that we recognize as deuterocanonical. We found multiple scripts of Ecclesiasticus, Tobit, and Baruch. So these books of the Bible were being read before the time of Christ by the Jewish people. They weren't added in later by the Catholic Church. These were already being copied, circulated, and read in their liturgical assemblies. So who had the right canon? The short answer is, at the time of Christ, no one had the right canon. It was up to Christ and the apostles to determine what books were in and what books were out. And as we'll see shortly, the apostles were citing the deuterocanonical books. Also, it's important to notice that the apostles are citing the Septuagint version of the Old Testament. What's the Septuagint version? It's the Greek version of the Old Testament. And although the apostles, when they're writing the New Testament, sometimes are quoting the Old Testament with something that doesn't match the Septuagint, 66 or 67% of the time, it's 2/3 of the time, they're quoting directly from the Septuagint version and not through a translation of the Hebrew into Greek, but the original Septuagint. This shows us that the 12 apostles, as they were going about the world preaching, when Paul was going about preaching, Peter, Andrew, they had to preach from the Old Testament, They believe in the Old Testament. And what were they carrying with them into the world? The Greek version, the Septuagint version. And that Septuagint version, guess what? It includes our 7 books. So this would explain why the apostles quote it occasionally, why they have it with them, and why all the early church fathers, as we'll see in just a moment, are recognizing these books as part of the Bible. Let's take a look at that. The first fact is that the New Testament refers to the deuterocanonical books. In the notes of this video, I will include about 70 examples, 70 cross references between the Deuteros and the New Testament. Secondly, St. Clement of Rome, he is mentioned in the New Testament. He is the 4th Bishop of Rome. We Catholics note him as the 4th Pope. He cites the Book of Wisdom as canonical in his letter, 1 Clement. You can find that at 1 Clement 27, verse 5. Also, the early Christian document, perhaps the oldest Christian document not in the Bible, is the Didache. And the Didache cites Sirach 4:31 as scripture. St. Polycarp, around the year 135, so we're talking about 100 years after the death of Christ, maybe 60 years after the death of the chief apostles, he cites Tobit 2 times, Tobit 4:10 and Tobit 12:9, in one of his epistles to the Christians in Philippi. Bishop Melito of Sardis, around the year 177, he states that Jews and Christians of his time period, not just Christians, but Jews, considered the Book of Wisdom as canonical, as part of the Bible. That's 177. St. Irenaeus, he is in Lyon, which is modern-day France. In the year 180, he quotes the wider version of Daniel, that is, the parts that have extra portions. He's quoting that as scripture, so he's using the Septuagint version, and he sees the Daniel, the Catholic Daniel, which has more verses in it, as the authoritative one. Origen of Alexandria, the year 240, he includes in his canon Baruch and refers to 1st and 2nd Maccabees. St. Augustine, we're getting a little bit later here, but around the year 397, he includes the 2 Book of Maccabees, Tobit, Judith, Wisdom of Solomon, and Ecclesiasticus as canonical books. The big one that you need to know is the year 382. In the year 382, the Pope Damasus, called a council in Rome. And there's lots of questions, what's in and what's out. It wasn't just Old Testament books, it was also New Testament books. Like, hey, is the Gospel of Philip part of the New Testament? And Pope Damasus and that council in the year 382 is the first time formally that the church ever defined what is the canon. And that canon is the exact canon that we Catholics use today, and it included those 7 deuterocanonical books. So 382 is the first time any Christian defined the New Testament and the Old Testament. It was Pope Damasus, and it happened in 382.
Personally, I think that the 7 deuterocanonical books belong in the Old Testament. I don't think that the Shepherd of Hermas and the Epistle of Barnabas should be in the New Testament, though. But yeah, those are my thoughts. And they could be put into in a separate. Those 7 canonical, non-canonical books could be put into a separate category from the rest of the inspired Old Testament. They don't necessarily have to be incorporated directly into the Old Testament. They could be put into an apocryphal section. Why is Bronx Beats showing this picture of, like, I don't know, some girl that had her breasts cut off and she's pumped up with testosterone supplements and muscle mass and shit, and like she's doing this to like show that her breasts were cut off or something. I don't know what that's about. But dude, Bronx, do you get horny for trannies, dude? Like, holy fuck, Bronx Beats. Like, are you fucking fapping off to tranny porn, bro? Damn, motherfucker. Brucey. Bronx Beats is sending nanobots after me. Nanobots, son. Rapidly vanishing audience in the post-Trump era. CNN's rating profits fall. Well, go figure. Like, people, do you think that people really want to watch your fucking retarded G-rated shit? Fuck no. For like 4 years, these people went on and on and on about Trump this and Trump that. Holy fucking hell. You fapping to Troon's son? Yeah, that's what I was asking, Bronx. Why are you like, dude, Bronx, what is this, dude? Why are you posting this shit in your server, bro? Like, holy shit, are you going Troon? Are you going Troon, Bronxy? Are we going to have to start calling you Bronxita Beats? Am I getting your gender pronouns messed up, Bronxessa, Bronxita Beats? We're going to have to call you Bronxita Beats from now on? Am I messing your pronouns up? Oh, no. Uh-oh. The Americans, why Americans eat dessert for breakfast. Yeah, I never really understood why it is that in America we have seconds and then we have dessert and all this other extra crap that most people in other cultures do not do. Like, in most other cultures and places, people do not eat seconds for food. What is this cringe fucking shit?
You create a fake portal and you pretend the ghost council call you. It works all the time.
Wait, you fake those?
Never with you.
Okay, whatever.
You create a fake portal and you pretend the ghost council call you. It works all the time.
Wait, you fake those?
Never with you.
Okay, whatever.
Oh, dude. It's like, bro. Dumb and dull. Who cares about Disney's fucking Amphibia? And what was that other one? I forgot. Amphibia and the Owl House, I think. The Owl House and Amphibia. This is the shit that they're freaking fucking throwing out at kids these days. It just sounds like a bunch of fucking drama queen bitches just bitching out constantly. And you call this entertainment? Fuck no, bro. What the hell is this shit?
It's been nearly 10 years since the Sonic EXE game released. In that amount of time, tons of EXE games have been put out. However, few have really stood out, especially in recent time. With the insane volume of these games that exist, it's no wonder why that's the case. However, there is one game in particular that does everything right: Sonic EYX. Sonic EYX is a game that was released 2 months ago by Cloudy Joel Gamer and Kakwa16 for Luigi Kids EXE Game Challenge. I also recommend you play it if you don't want to get spoiled. It's linked in the description and pinned comment below. At first glance, it may seem like a regular creepypasta game. I mean, at this point we've seen it all before, right? Not exactly.
This is cringe, dude.
From the intro alone, we can already notice that this won't be the most typical approach. Sonic's depiction here is much more akin to an eldritch horror monster than the typical red eyes and blood that we're used to. The singular eye and long, painfully stretched limbs make the creature look much more menacing. Even for a hedgehog, this depiction is extremely inhuman. The symbol on its chest comes off as some type of evil imagery as well. The game's imagery is by far one of its strongest points, and as we delve further into the game, we'll be able to see just how detailed and disturbing things can get. After this, we get a warning telling us that we need to quit the game while we still have the chance. This isn't something new, but I think it does give the player a sense of mystery. What exactly could this game have that causes it to be so evil? The first level depicted in the game begins very normally. The graphics are amazing here, and the way the assets at the bottom of the screen move up with you as you travel upward is a nice touch in my opinion. As Tails traverses through the level, subtle distortions and static will pop up every now and then. Even though everything seems happy now, the game isn't letting you forget what's looming in the distance. Eventually, Tails finally reaches the other side of the level, and when he does, he meets the Sonic that was mentioned before. The in-game sprite depiction of this Sonic automatically gives you the feeling that something is wrong by first glance. There's no doubt that whatever's about to happen cannot be good. The Sonic creature morphs back into its regular form and runs back to the start of the level. If the player attempts to keep running to the right, you get a well-made Easter egg of Sonic EXE pushing you down and laughing at you. It's a nice change of pace from the words, "go back," on the screen or nothing at all. As Tails travels back, things slowly become more and more unsettling. First, a brief image flickers onto the screen. When examining it further, we see a version of Tails that has a similar symbol on its chest to the Sonic we've seen before. Along with that, this Tails no longer has any skin on its head. Great. Tails is also warning us not to go back, clearly having traveled back in some capacity to stop his old self from experiencing the suffering that he's been forced to endure. After this, the background also becomes much darker. A subtle addition that again shows that something very bad is coming up. Trying to turn around will cause an image of Sonic that says, "Meet me at the beginning," to show up. Again, we see him briefly morph into the creature that he's become. Tails now has hollowed out eyes and a sad expression, possibly representing the fact that he can't escape his fate. Not long after this, another image of the possessed Tails shows up, screaming for his purgatory to end. At this point, the background almost no longer exists. A soulless Tails now walks along until he finally meets Sonic. Immediately, this causes everything to lose its color except for him. Sonic also appears taller now, looking even more menacing as he looks down upon Tails from the top of the hill. He's effectively frozen the game, showing that the limitations of the code don't bind him. This leads to the disturbing realization that we don't know how much he could corrupt and destroy. After effectively destroying the game, it of course crashes, and when reloaded, we're greeted with this scene. Knuckles is staring directly at the player and proceeds to speak. He asks why the player enjoys making them suffer. What could they have done to deserve this type of treatment? You just love to see them suffer for absolutely no reason. It's just a game to you. They don't deserve this. Really, you do. Think about how many times you've watched these characters suffer. You're the one who deserves this pain. Someone is on the way to give you what you deserve. He is coming now. You then get an error that the game has failed to log into your current internet connection. Now some may brush this off, but this is another way the game is showing you that Sonic EYX is beyond the confines of the game. Immediately after Knuckles says he's coming, you get this error. He's attempting to get to you already. When loading into the game again, you appear as the character Ray. Ray is a flying squirrel that originally appeared in the 3-player arcade game Sega Sonic the Hedgehog or Sega Sonic Arcade, and has gone on to make appearances in the Archie comics, Sonic manga, and even Sonic Generations. I only say this because at first glance I genuinely thought that he was a custom character, but back to the topic at hand. Ray runs through this desolate purgatory, a giant eye watching his every move in the background. It reminds me heavily of the Uboa level from Yume Nikki, a game that I may talk about one day. Sonic eventually appears, first as a distorted face and then as a demonic being that's attempting to capture Ray. With tears filling his eyes, Ray desperately attempts to run away from the ever-approaching creature, but sadly, it's just not possible. After loading into the game again, we're stared at by the same eyes featured in the last level before my favorite level appears, Crystal Lake Zone. This is easily the most iconic area in the whole game, not just because of its phenomenal visuals, but mainly because of its beautiful soundtrack. This peaceful theme was taken from the 1993 RPG Shining Force 2, and it works insanely well in this area. This in itself is something we don't see much in EXE games as a whole. A lot of times the peaceful levels are very brief and don't use music from other games. However, in this game, the peaceful levels are longer, which helps in developing tension. After all, you always know what's approaching. I could go on forever about how much I enjoy the graphics in this area and the cool background additions like Metal Sonic flying around, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for the scary stuff. We finally get the origins of how Sonic turns into the creature he's become. He runs away from whatever has possessed him before we see an eyeless Sonic with presumably the demon possessing him smiling in the background. The window suddenly begins to move around erratically as the images of Knuckles and Tails' corrupted faces appear in the background as well. UIX is messing around more and more. This can't be good. An eyeless Sonic now traverses through the now abandoned Crystal Lake Zone. Did something wipe it out, or is this all in Sonic's corrupted mind? After getting to what should be the end of the level, Sonic proceeds to stare at the viewer. The fourth wall breaking that this game uses is executed in a phenomenal way. The characters always make sure there's no mistaking what's going on as anything but a direct shot at the player. It's easily one of my favorite aspects as well, as it causes you to be even more immersed in the terrifying plot. It zooms in before Sonic jumps down below the player's view. Before you can even question what he's doing, he pops out at you. Although jump scares are a cheap form of horror most of the time, if implemented properly, I do believe that they can actually benefit the viewer's experience. This is one of those times. Because Sonic leaves from view, you aren't expecting to scare as much as if it had just popped up on its own. On top of that, this again shows Sonic working beyond the confines of the game in order to terrify the player. After beating the now normal stage, Sonic will notice the capsule that the animals are typically trapped in. Before he can release them, a cutscene plays wherein Metal Sonic and Eggman stop him from saving the animals. Eggman laughs at the defeated Sonic before this happens. I'm not sure if Sonic actually used the creature in order to kill Dr. Eggman here, or if the creature broke into the game's normal cutscene sequence in order to do it, but either way, this scene is amazing. The imagery here of Eggman's death and the subsequent corrupted and downright terrifying images of a distorted Eggman staring at the player are something that nearly zero EXE games have done right. This again just reinforces what sets this game apart so much. When opening the game again, we're greeted with an eyeless Tails walking through what seems to be a dark cave. Tails looks directly at us before it shifts into a normal level. The level theme that's been playing in the background really sets the tone here as well. The hollow sounds of the water current, as well as the tortured souls crying out in the distance, create an air of loneliness, like Tails is the only sentient one left among a sea of husks that were destroyed long ago. Tails walks very slowly in this level. He's hesitant, or at least cautious, wondering if or when the demonic creature that used to be Sonic will attack him again. The screen continues to get darker and darker as Tails' fate seems more and more grim. Suddenly, EYX reaches up from behind the cave floor and pulls itself up. Tails' eyes widen, but as soon as it showed up, it went away. Tails looks around in fear before slowly walking again. When will it show up next? That thought is probably crushing him in an inescapable place like this. After walking for what seems like forever, he finally discovers what was inevitably waiting for him. EYX, along with the destroyed corpse of what seems to be Tails himself. The creature slowly turns around before lunging at Tails and presumably taking his life. This screen reminds me of Kyle's death scream from Needle Mouse as well. It's very cinematic. When loading up the game again, EYX begins to talk directly to the player through text boxes. It says that soon the player will be able to meet everyone else that they've seen in the game before we're greeted with this screen. The two things that immediately jump out to me are the fact that Ray's image is the only one not destroyed, and that there are still 7 more victims left. Who these could be is yet to be seen. And that signals the end of the game. A game that really did everything right. From the great sound design to the fourth wall breaking to the phenomenal imagery, it's hard to say that this isn't easily one of the best.
Yeah, I think this is just completely cringe, dude. Nanobot mind virus. Gyrisco or Gyrisco.
September 26th of 1996 was the day that the Nintendo 64 would release in North America. 3 days later, one of the most legendary platformers that many of us have come to know and love would be released. This one is for you. But back to the game. Earlier, I referenced the beta of Super Mario 64. This game was, of course, much less polished than the current version that most of us have seen. It just seemed emptier. Everything just feels so liminal. Let me clarify what I mean. Liminal spaces are places that seem strangely familiar to us even though they aren't. They always have a weird nostalgic feeling to them that just feels...
What?
off.
This is luminous spaces. What is that thing called? Where it's like there's a very creepy hallway. That's literally what this is. This is a luminous space.
I just murdered my mother. I couldn't take it no more. I just killed my own mother. And soon,